Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. We're back to the action after the rest day. I hope you guys also had some rest and very eager to see a very good quality and, well, extraordinary chess, I hope.
Yeah, very competitive game. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, obviously, the first thing that we have to say about is that our headliner for today's Nepomniachtchi-Karakin duel, both guys leading the event, having 4.5 out of 6, which is very impressive, especially in this squad.
Yeah.
And here, according to the cross tables, Artemiev and Fedosiev are following, being a point down to Nepomniachtchi-Karakin, as we said. And, well, yeah, hoping for Maxim Matlakov to bounce back. He's one of the very underestimated players in this superfinal. Well, basically, it's one of my favorite players. I mean, franchise. He's very, very strong. And he's being very aggressive. Nevertheless, in what shape, what form he is currently. And, well, Dubov plays against Vityugov. Yeah, basically we can see the pairings after the, well, I don't know, after the women's cross table. Yeah, so here are the pairings for today. Nepomniachtchi against Karakin. We'll try to pay attention on this game.
Yeah, maybe the main attention will be focused on this game naturally. I would say that I believe if somebody win this game, he will become
like
a
few steps towards to the gold.
Yeah, I would put then 80% that he will win the event. Yeah, well, among other games, we'll have Dubov-Vityugov, which is very interesting. Daniil Dubov did not score any single point. I mean, he did not score any win in this tournament.
No, he won against Andrei Yesipenko in round 1.
He won.
So, but already 5 rounds has gone, and he plays against Vityugov, and so obviously we expect Dubov to show up some unknown theory, at least a novelty on, let's say, move 10, and.
What I think basically expect from Daniil in each game he plays.
I really hope that Maxim Chigaev will prove that his white color is really, really strong. He scored the victory against Daniil Dubov and made a draw against... no, sorry, he made no draws in this tournament with white because he won white and lost white against Maxim Matlakov. Obviously, Matlakov-Svidler would be a good game, St. Petersburg duel. And in the women's section, we've got Polina Shuvalova. Yeah. I just don't know what to say about this result, and impressive can be the fewest word out of the tons of.
Yeah, I don't remember anybody leading the Superfinal from the very beginning. I don't remember anybody starting with 4 out of 4.
Neither me. Yeah, and well, talking about the outstanding performances, I may recall the. You know, this Caruana performance in the Superfinal, in Superfinal, yeah, sorry my word, in St. Louis tournament 2014, scoring 7 out of 7 in the beginning of the event, which was just fantastic. Yeah, some crazy performance. Well,
and finally we have the last game, which we didn't mention yet, as Matlakov-Svidler.
Yeah, and we also forgot about Fedosiev Gaganov, also both players from St. Petersburg Classical Soviet/Russian chess school. Probably Russian.
And Matlakov, despite that they both, and Matlakov and Svidler from St. Petersburg, they used to work, I don't know if they do, they still do, but they used to work together.
Yeah. So Matlakov was a second of Peter Svidler in candidates cell, I think, London. In candidates, did, by the way, Peter played in Khanty-Mansiysk, or he did? Probably he did, I don't know.
In Khanty-Mansiysk, I mean, World Cup.
2014, I'm trying to recall. Well,
that one.
Yeah, obviously in London. And, well, it seems to me he was a second of Peter Svidler in many occasions, maybe just for a lot of years.
Well, the games are about to start.
No, by the way, Peter used to work either with Maxim and Nikita. With both, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they have some mutual analysis.
Which is always, yeah.
Which is always hard to. I mean, it's like you're playing hide and seek. You're trying. At the first point that you're trying to avoid the mutual analysis. The second point that you, for example, if you play back, you don't know what to expect. Obviously, it would be a bit. Well, in terms of ethics, it's a bit disgusting if somebody is playing the analysis you've watched together.
Such players are trying to avoid.
To avoid, or
analysis,
yeah, trying to get the
as
in-game.
soon as possible, as quick as possible. Yeah. Sometimes even on move.
Yeah, so that's a kind of mind games. I mean, you're trying to guess what's going to be played against you, but obviously not. As I said, in terms of ethics, it's just disgusting.
Mm.
Well, so Nepomniachtchi correct. We've got Nimzo.
Not yet, but we'll get it.
Yeah, okay, for sure. I mean, like Bishop F8, Bishop B2 is pre-move for me, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, I know D7, D5. I used to work in it. But F3, yeah, well, my prediction being right. F3, and it's going to be interesting. And I don't know what Sergei will choose, because in his style is to play D7, D5.
Yeah, but C5 is...
But C7, C5 is quite a good... Quite a good line, and these positions are double-edged. Well, after C5, also A3 could be played, D5, which can be faced with B5, and D6, whatever, in castle. And it's gonna be interesting for sure. So Fedosiev against Gaganov, we've got Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump. Well, Mr. Trump used to be played quite frequently in the recent World Championship match between Carlsen and Caruana. And D5, the most solid continuation. Yeah, obviously you expect D7, D5 by Goganov. And it seemed to me that Goganov is more Slav player than playing knight f6 first. But the point being that after D4, knight f6, you thought you avoid this line, but after C4, also C7, C6 can be played, and that's a kind of a transposition with knight f6 included, which couldn't really affect black's position. But then bishop G5, Fedosiev tries to avoid the well-known lines, D5, E3, and well, that's gonna be. Yeah, I'm very curious on this game. Very curious about it. Dubov against Vitugov, no moves yet. Well, we've got a big field to analyze.
Maybe somebody is late, or?
Yeah, it seems to me that Daniil is late, because I've seen Nikita climbing on the stairs. Of course, in the central chess house, and yeah, like the main office of Russian Chess Federation, as where as we are currently. Yesipenko against Antipov. Yeah, we've seen Yesipenko on the screen, so it seems that
then maybe it's just about technical delay.
Maybe it's because like we can't see the timer. Probably, yeah, we can't see the timer. Probably some technical delay. Chigaev against Artemiev, Rouser. That's quite unpredictable and less predicted, at least by Vlad, because he seemed to be more knight-defend Powerson player. Rouser is. We would rather see Rouser from Daniil Dubov. He's one of the main theoreticians in this opening. You know, like I've read a book about Rouser written by Korchnoi and Osnos, and it seemed to be being well. I can still consider it's quite a good book. I've checked some lines written in this book on my iron, and well,
they still work. Yeah?
They still work, but the total approach on these positions on the game has changed, and like the patterns changed with new engines. The patterns changed, and some of the positions that were evaluated as, let's say, plus equal can be like equal or either plus minus.
Okay.
So, but still the lines seem to be quite considerable and properly analyzed. knight c6, and well, Maxim's turn to move. Yeah, well, bishop g5 will be played. I mean, of course, there are some other moves. Let's say bishop e2 is the line. Let's say e5, and there are a couple of retreats, knight e3 or knight b3. Bishop g5 is a move. Also, f3 is a move, by the way. I remember the old trap in this Rouser line that say bishop e3 is not that good because of knight g4, and if bishop retreats to g5, there is queen b6, and white can really face some difficulties there.
Mm-hmm.
I also used to play Rouser sometime. At some period of time. Matlakov against Svidler, we got Grunfeld, queen a4, queen b3, sorry, queen b3. D takes c4, queen c4, castle e4. And black still has plenty of options, say knight c6 or a6. I think a6 is gonna be played because, yeah, okay, knight c6 is also the move. Bishop e2 is the line, also bishop e3 was played in Nepomniachtchi against Vasil Lagraf, I think last year, knight g4, e5, I think that's the idea. And white's idea is to push the h-pawn.
Mm-hmm. Is this line less popular nowadays than, less fashionable, let's say, than, I would say, 10 years ago?
Yeah.
Because, yeah, it is, yeah?
I think so.
Or
well,
just my impression?
I wasn't that eager on chess 10 years ago, but I mean, searching on the online database, it seemed to me that, yeah,
what?
Recently this position has been played much more than in the past.
Mm-hmm. And which line in Grunfeld is considered critical nowadays?
I don't know. As far as I know, yesterday in match between Carlsen and Vasil Lagraf, I can show you what the line has been, was tried by Carlsen. He played knight f3 also, bishop g7, c takes d5, knight d5, queen e4, check immediately.
Yes, it's not only this one was tried, no?
I think so, but I mean, you know, like being a chess professional, I've started analyzing this line just when I woke up today. I still consider myself being professional, even being quite poor in chess at all. And bishop d7 was played by Maxim Vasil Lagraf also, but the point being that knight c6 just leads to the transposition in some anti-Grunfeld line after e4, knight b6, queen c2, where knight d4 can be taken, let's say knight e4, bishop d2, bishop h6, and black has a plenty of options. I think bishop g7 is one of the most solid one. And well, that's a clear transposition from anti-Grunfeld.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, but queen a4 is quite rare still. Yeah,
yeah, queen a4 after c takes d4, also the line, I mean, just talking like a short know-how in Grunfeld. Like, I think queen a4 is the most popular there. Queen a4 check there.
Mm-hmm.
And there, like, black has like c6, queen d7, knight d7, bishop d7, four moves, which basically do not lead white, I mean, they do not lead to slightly worse position in terms of math. But, well, just the typical Grunfeld stuff. I mean, computer often underestimates black's position, and then like it shows like plus 0.5, but then if you wait for a couple more minutes on, let's say, depth 40, it will show just zeros.
Yeah, that's what's common for computers to overestimate position with space advantages.
With space advantage, especially in Grunfeld and King's Indian, in my point of view.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, even in real opus sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
yeah, that's a common thing. And if you do really want to progress in chess, do not believe computer all the time. You have to check. I mean, you have to make some hand analysis.
Among other lines played against Grunfeld nowadays, I'm surprised to see quite often bishop e3. So white is, I mean, quite often back to bishop e3. Even in this cement, I've seen the game, right? Played with bishop e3. It was.
Yeah, that was an end game with. I remember this h4, f5.
Right, yeah.
I think it was maybe
in round 3. I think.
Peter Svidler once again. Could it be?
Right, with black, yeah.
Against whom it could be. Whom it could be.
Not Fedoseev? No?
Yes, against Fedoseev, you're right. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
And Svidler remains. Well, his wisdom just easily, I don't know even how to find the word. I mean, Peter obviously is one of the just the wisest player in the world, but he still plays. I mean, just the same opening he really believes in.
Since 1994, when he won
the Russian championship
for the first time.
Yeah, so
1994 it was.
Yeah, I think yes, 1994. It could be Kalmykia. Yeah, Elista. Yes, Peter was
something like 15 years old.
No, he's eight. He was 18, I think.
18.
Yeah.
No, that's too young still.
So yeah, Peter.
H4 also has played quite often nowadays against Grunfeld.
Yeah, he's willing to play Grunfeld could never be broken.
By the way, what are your impressions of yesterday's match, MVL against Magnus?
Well, to be honest, I haven't seen all of the games. I just know that Maxim has won the match and he will face Hikaru Nakamura. Yeah, frankly speaking, recently and especially after this lockdown, I think I've watched only a couple of online tournaments properly. I've been following, I would say. But well, I just know the score. I know like some games have been played yesterday. I know this line Grunfeld was played because I've already like we expressed our feelings with some of my chess friends, and obviously the first thought was just to analyze it. Could it be the refutation of all Grunfeld concept? But then I found it out that it could be just transposed to anti-Grunfeld line, which doesn't really hurt black. That's why probably it was Carlsen effect. I mean, just to surprise your opening. Well, MVL could find the transposition, but of course it wasn't classical game and he hadn't that much time to do, and he failed to do it. And well, just talking about Carlsen, he's just a very, very strong psychologist on the game. I mean, on the board. He usually guesses what his opponent might not prepare it before the game, and what could be the line he didn't repeat. I would say for weeks, for months, for years, and he just usually he guesses correctly. So c5, d takes c5, nothing new about this position. And what should we play? Bishop e6?
Bishop b7 normally.
Bishop b7, bishop e6 could be played?
Yeah, my knowledges are a little bit outdated, but to my knowledge, bishop b7.
Maybe we can check, I mean, then we can check the game played between, as far as I can recall, Gaganov against Antipov. Could it be the same line?
Yeah. Or queen c7 sometimes maybe. There are some subtleties which I'm not aware of so well. So I think bishop b7 is still the main option here.
Yeah, well.
But we'll see now.
I'm not very familiar with this particular line because, well, I'm trying to find an antidote for Grunfeld. For years I've been playing for many years, but can't really do it. Yeah, d takes c5. Okay, well, 15 moves already made in Nepomniachtchi against Karakin, and again we're proceeding to the same line played between
Galyamova-Gira, right?
Yeah, Galyamova-Gira, Caruana Alexeyenko candidates. E4, d takes, f takes c5. Yeah, these moves do not require any additional commentary. Bishop g4, knight d7, d6, bishop f8. We remember that Gira played queen b6 instead of queen b8 instead of queen b6 for some reason.
At which moment? It was after knight h5.
Could it be? Yeah, so h3 was included, by the way.
It was.
I think this was the position, and bishop f4.
Knight h5, bishop g5. I think that.
Yes, it could have been. Yeah.
What the girls got in their game.
But that's a bit different story because bishop is already on h5, and this is the same position. If I'm not mistaken, please don't blame me if I do. That occurred in Caruana against Alexeyenko.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't remember actually. I don't remember exactly that game.
Anyway, I hope, I wonder, I guess players know what they do and they're still following their prep. At least I would bet on Nepomniachtchi having 135 on clock. But knowing Jan's style of play, the remaining clock on time matters nothing. I mean, it doesn't show the current. I mean, it doesn't represent the current situation on the board. And he really could be much better on time, but his position could be very dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
But he usually presses on time, and it may lead to the mistakes by opponent being in a time trouble.
Oh, but still, I'm pretty sure that Jan is in his preparation, and Sergei is trying to remember, to recall his analysis, which is quite important in such kind of positions.
Of course, of course. Yeah, in terms of logics, could knight e4 be played there? Knight e4 seems quite considerable, but something I don't really like. That knight d5 is possible then. Again, if I'm not blundering anything. Sorry, but the pawn is hanging on the d6. Yeah, I'm blundering on the first move of my calculation. So knight e4, let's say. Could it be?
Or maybe just take bishop g5, bishop d3.
Bishop g5, and I think I've got an idea.
Bishop f3.
Yeah, bishop f3, yes.
Bishop takes f3, sorry.
Bishop takes f3 at least, but even bishop d8.
No, okay, bishop e2 was my idea.
But then it has to be calculated.
Either, maybe.
Yeah, but still funny. Now, bishop f4. Yeah, well, in terms of logics, if not knight e4, so we need to get rid out of this pawn, which is like, nailing us. And rook e6 is not that good because of knight g5, and queen b6 was played instead. Yeah, that could be the line. That could be the line.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, anyway. Once again, Fedoseev, Guganov, we've got Trampovsky and knight d2, and it's almost the same position as in London system, but the bishop is on g5, and if we just reverse colors, white has received a very pleasant Slav.
Yeah, but the bishop is generally better placed on f4, right? Because now, for example, after b6, bishop b7, black will have knight e4.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Yeah, but this is somewhat very, very well known.
Yeah, sure.
Very well known in terms of width, but not in depth. And I'm sure Fedoseev knows a bit more than we do in this position.
Mm-hmm. And also maybe knight h5 should be considered just.
Yeah, knight h5 is quite logical. Could it take on e7? Let's say queen takes and play queen knight e5.
Knight f6.
Knight f6, and then I somewhat received a good stone wall.
Right. No, okay. White is maybe still slightly better. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, okay, yeah, probably it's not.
Yeah, but that's like a dream position in stone wall.
Yeah, without bishop. Right.
Okay, Dubov against Vityugov, you've got Slav with c takes d5, pawn takes, and recently in the game between Dubov against Vityugov, it was King's Indian with e takes d4, rook e8. Or sorry, it was c6 in classics. And Daniil was very surprised with this opening, and obviously he had to prepare against King's Indian, but then Slav goes. Knight 6, bishop f4, a6, and this is a line. This is a line, and what should be played over there? e3
normally.
And then could knight h5 be played there?
Oh,
could it be the move?
In this position, I'm not sure. Maybe because of bishop e5 something.
Yeah, so the point being that knight h5 could be played in this position immediately. And a lot of games And then in the repetition after bishop d2, knight f6, bishop f4. But instead of bishop d2, the game could still go on after. Yeah, even after bishop d2, knight f6, e3 or rook c1 could be the game. But rook c1 is played over there.
Postponing e3 for the moment.
Still some technical problems in Yusipenko against Antipov. Can we
at least see the players?
At least see the players? Because as far as I know, 15-minute absence is the maximum allowed. Yeah. Could we see the hall, the playing hall? Yeah, I'm waiting for the picture of the playing hall. Yeah, let's quickly check what's going on. The Archigov against Artemiev. Wow, and that's a line I somewhat know a little. Bishop g5, bishop d7, queen d2, a6, castle e6, f4, bishop e7, knight f3, b5, bishop, pawn, king b1. This is very, very well-known line. I think I've had a game against Evgeny Alexeyev with black there, and I had a very good position. I was very close to win, but being in time trouble against my 50 minutes, he managed to find a draw. King b1, and there queen b6 is line.
Main line, or
well, it's one of the. After bishop e7, knight f3 is, I think, is the main line. B5 has to be played. The point being after e5, b4 is the move, and this is the other line also. Bishop h4, b takes c3, queen c3, and now black has plenty of moves. a5 could be played. I think d5. Well, black is still a bit suffering, but the position is quite complicated. I think a5 could be the move. Like planning to play knight b4. So knight f3, b5. The idea of this line basically is that after queen b6, queen b6 is played. I think knight e2 or bishop d3 are two good moves. The idea of knight b2 is that, for example, if black pushes on the queen side, we're playing f5, our knight goes to f4,
h5, huh?
And we are attacking this e6 pawn at some point. So knight e2 is the line. Also f5 can be played. Knight e5 is the line. Knight takes, pawn takes. But black is still fine. Because their idea is to castle long. And now we don't have this
d5 square.
Very, very common trouble in the Sicilians with d5 square. So f5 has some drawbacks. Knight e2 is one of the main moves. Bishop d3 also could be played. Maybe g3. Yeah, I would bet knight e2 by Maxim. And Matlakov against Svidla, we've got, so bishop e6, queen c2. Yeah, knight d7, bishop e3, and I think they're just heading to more or less well-known position. Rook d1. And white's idea is to play knight d5. But I can't really recall how black has to play there. Queen a5 could be the move. Not really, a3 probably. Or even a3 is not that scary. The queen e5, if a3 we play b4, and then say if castle. Can we take knight c5? Probably we do. So that's why after queen e5 we have to opt for something more principled. I don't really remember for what. Rook d1.
What about knight g5 in this kind of position?
Yeah, queen a5, knight g5. I thought I can really give up.
Maybe there is some practice with b4. Huh?
Give up this bishop. Yeah, b4 has to be considered, obviously.
Okay, yeah, it should be.
Yeah, maybe we still can take on e6, f takes, and play knight a4, b3, just winning.
And
we can't really protect the c5 pawn.
c3 instead is, well, f is 6.
B takes c3, I saw them exchange up, but still,
but
not that clear probably. No, but let's say if you take bishop d2, and I have too many pieces. At least
f6 seems to be good enough.
Quite playable, yeah, at least. Okay, maybe it's time to go for the women's section. Wow. Yeah, and again, Gunina sacrifices something, and it was Catalan today. Bishop g2, a6.
Actually, Valentina is repeating the line Polina Shavalova played against Alexandra in this tournament. No, sorry.
Queen c2.
No, not really. No, Polina went 95 here. Even before. No, what's going on actually?
Yeah, so a6. Maybe knight c6 was played.
No, a6.
I don't know.
A6 95 in that position. A6, yeah, she went 95 instead of castle.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 95, and it was bishop b4 check, right?
Right.
Okay, but that's a bit other line.
No, this is another line.
Yeah, castle knight c6, and white has three, I would say 3/4 interesting moves. Knight c3, bishop g5, e3, which leads to a very well-known theory.
Also knight d2.
Yeah, also knight
bd2.
even after knight c6, right? Could it be? Like we're giving up this pawn.
Yeah, we're giving up this pawn.
And we pretend to have good compensation, or?
Yeah. How does it work? No, this knight d4 is quite rare. I don't remember the reason exactly.
Maybe you take check on.
Normally we play b5 here. Yeah, but knight d4 is possible, but it's considered dubious. I don't remember exactly why. Yeah, maybe because of simple knight c4, takes.
It's like queen takes.
And then white has a very easy game with bishop f4.
Really?
Yeah, knight d5 is still e4, knight b6. It is still a theory. Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I have known this. Because usually giving up this d4 pawn has to be.
Maybe it's not that bad, but it's somewhat unpleasant for black. And either knight a5 or just take on b6.
Really?
I don't really remember. Yeah.
Yeah, well, personally I would take black in this position, but maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know.
And then e5, bishop e3.
Yeah, well, some compensation, some considerable compensation for white. So knight c6 was played. Queen c2 is the move.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I know, b5 and knight e5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, the point being that knight d4 usually loses because of simple queen d1. Rook has to retreat somewhere. Let's say rook b8, and then simple e3, just killing.
Mm-hmm.
I remember a funny trap in Catalan. I've played the game against Anton Korobov. It was almost the same line. I would just show you. Knight c6 was played instead. I think castle. Probably it could be the transposition. Rook b8, knight c3. b5 is the line. Leads to a very similar position, but the pawn is on a7 and rook is on b8 instead. I played knight e5 is a theory, and I was very curious what to do if, for example, knight retreats, knight e5. And then, like maybe a couple days before the Blitz game, I found out that bishop c6 is simply killing. Well, at least gives a huge advantage for white, because bishop d7 has to be played. At least we take there, take on b5, and white is much better. But okay, I failed to win this game. We made a draw, but it was funny that I became curious what to do after knight e5 just a couple of days before this Blitz game.
Mm-hmm.
So knight fd5, I think this is still a theory.
Yeah, probably, but...
Yeah, but pardon me, could a3 be played?
Maybe the point is f6, I don't know.
Let's say a3, f6.
Well, knight takes c4, maybe b takes c4.
Yeah, even knight takes c4.
Something like this. No,
I would rather pick white there.
Probably, but it's...
Bishop takes.
Yeah, maybe this is not that bad. Oh, for example, and castle, maybe you will have... Castle, you will have time to take on c4.
Yeah, white.
Still, maybe castle, queen takes a5, let's say.
Yeah, but that's somewhat dreamy for white.
No. Yeah, f6. If I put the pawn on f7, I would say that black should be okay, but she should be in time to play a bishop a6 and push a c5. But with pawn on f6, I would agree that maybe it's not that simple.
Yeah, so an opening advantage for Gunina. Slight, but considerable.
Yeah, probably.
But going against Getman, we've got starting with c4. Well, e6, knight f3, d5, e3, knight f6, knight c3, a6, b3. Mind games. c5, c takes, knight takes. Okay, leading to more or less well-known position. Knight c6, and what to do there with white? Take knight d5 and play d4. But not exactly there. Maybe queen c2 or bishop e2 first.
Well, I think in the spirit of this position, just take on d5 at some point and play d4. I don't know now, or maybe bishop e4.
Yeah, maybe we should postpone it.
Yeah, bishop e2, castle first, and then at some point. But
After bishop e2, black has to play e5 or f6. I think the point being that I saw time. Okay, probably still the pawn is not hanging because we have rook g8 in the end.
Yeah, but just
so we can start with queen c2 or rook c1 maybe first. Okay, it should be a theory. It should be a theory. Maybe also knight e4 could be played there. Garifulin against Cheval, we already got 20 moves. Wow. And again, Garifulin opts for the Ruy Lopez. Could it be just the same position in, no, bishop b7 instead of knight b8, which was played by Alisa Galyamova?
Yeah, Zaitsev.
Bishop b7, d4, rook e8. Yeah,
inviting for knight g5?
Yeah, inviting for a rest day, I would say. Yeah, knight g4
is declined.
Invitation is declined, and Garifulina, well, should we say kudos to Garifulina, but, well, the game will show. Bishop c2, g6, d5, knight b8, b3, c6. I don't know why I'm not playing Ruy Lopez with black. I like these positions, but it's just like King's Indian.
Sort of, but bishop is ugly.
Yeah, bishop is ugly, but bishop c8 is never a mistake there.
If I transfer my knight on c3, I would be happy with
yeah, of course.
Right, but,
okay, knight f1, talking about transfer on c3.
Yeah, okay, to e3 maybe.
Could it be knight b1
okay,
possible?
Knight f1, I agree. Knight f1 is probably.
Okay, knight f1 is just.
But by the way, I don't know which square is preferable. But c3 is not stable, yeah, because black can always play b4, so maybe e3. But on the other hand, e4 sometimes.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, this exchange somehow I don't like that match.
With black?
Yeah, because okay, if either we have a particular reason for that, otherwise white is just gaining this b file. So what is the reason?
Maybe the reason that there are pieces, Shuvalova's pieces is already on the queen side. Let's say we already taken a5, queen d2, bishop a6.
a5 is the reason. Yes.
Yeah. So we are trying to.
Then maybe it's not bad at all.
Trying to release our bishop, and then c takes d5 is.
Okay, but what about knight e3 now, for example?
Okay, let's say we still take.
This is your point, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, your pawn is. That's the reason your pawn is weak. And you cannot really take with c pawn because bishop takes and knight c5.
I see, but if somehow, for example, in this position, after c takes d5, I don't have intermediate bishop takes f6, maybe not, yeah?
Well, you do, but...
but knight d5? And what about that endgame? Or the black...
Well, at least we can retreat on d8 and receiving a very pleasant...
Yeah, you can retreat.
Sveshnikov? I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to find the pattern. But I would also consider knight takes, pawn takes, and even take and play bishop h6, taking the control of hc1. So black should be good.
Yeah.
Black should be good and good. Rook ec1 is quite logical. And let's say, so still we have a slight problem with knight on f6
rook
because...
ec1, but why rook e? So intending to put another rook.
Yeah, and b1, yeah.
The other rook to b1. Right?
I can't say I'm very... Well, I can't say it's the best decision. I would also consider rook ac1 because then after rook ec1 this e4 pawn can be a target.
Yeah, for example.
Can we try to use it somehow?
Yeah, h6 or somewhat.
h6 still we have more captures on h6 probably. Or you were intending to play knight c5 then. It seemed to me a bit risky. I mean like take, queen takes.
No, okay, yeah, it is risky, yes.
Yeah, it
I
seems a
agree,
bit
yeah.
risky.
No, okay, it's too much.
Probably even bishop g7, even bishop e7, bishop g7, and we do not want to take on d5. I think not too low in additional squares. Let's say bishop g7, then playing knight c5. I like black. Somehow I like black.
But you're...
Okay, I'm King's Indian player, but this is someone I'm hoping for.
Oh, okay, what if, for example, if white simply plays knight a3, knight c5, I guess, yeah. Okay, well, somehow I don't like to take on f6 without invitation, but okay, if I do so, and d takes c6 is nothing, yeah? So, okay, let's...
Yeah, we just
queen
take...
takes, knight goes, and...
Maybe we're just in time to protect everything. Let's say bishop d8.
Yeah, and this
If, let's say,
position is fine for black, you think, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, like, the bishop is hanging. Probably we're also intending to... Yeah, at least we retreat with the queen, somehow play bishop b7. Like, showing our intention to take at d5. So
Yeah, probably.
I think this one just is maybe even better for black.
Yes, okay. This should be okay. But then maybe... yeah, but somehow I don't like rook e c1 anyway. So what...
Instead of rook e c1, what else could be played? So our point was to leave an additional protection on e5 pawn.
No, but even knight e3, which we...
But you know,
consider-
this is somewhat I still do prefer for black.
So c takes d4.
I think I'm not going to take it immediately. Maybe first I will protect the knight. Let's say bishop g7.
No, now... this is the same, yeah, then.
I mean, I still want to keep some tension on the center. And you'll still wonder when I'm going to take, but I will never show it. Maybe I'll take at some point, but not necessarily there.
Also, knight e3 is allowing h6, which I don't like too much.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I mean,
okay, maybe black is just fine.
could it be that somewhere before something could have been misplayed by Gary Fulina? So obviously it would be better for us to know the timing of each move.
Yeah, but
just to know where was the certain point of the end of the preparation.
yeah, but it looks very natural what she did. So
Queen c7.
at least it looks very natural. So then maybe
Just nothing wrong with position.
yeah,
Black's position.
maybe yeah. Just in general, black's position is fine.
Okay, bishop a6, rook ec1, queen d8 instead.
Queen d8.
Well,
still
maybe not
preparing
not
c5,
not
yeah.
not that bad and not that awkward, but what was the reason to pin ourselves? I think nothing was threatening really.
You're just reading the queen from the C file. Maybe
Yeah, but reading the queen out of the C file, but pinning ourselves. Okay, it seems to me that Shuvalova doesn't like King's Indian as much as me, and she would barely put the bishop on g7.
So queen d8 we have now.
Yeah. And then what? Still 93 allows h6. h6, bishop h4, which still seems to me not that clear.
I have a funny idea which probably doesn't work, but at least it was to be trying. c5.
Let's say if we...
Okay, just take on d3, take on c5 first. Let's study these straight lines. So, yeah. Rook takes, 95. And then maybe just h6, yeah.
Yeah, and white to move still, yeah.
And then 95.
And knight e5.
Yeah, 95.
The idea was that, let's say, if I take on d5...
Maybe knight g4 or something.
That's interesting. At least quite unusual. But then bishop e7, probably.
It's good enough, yeah.
Well, I don't believe I could be really mated there.
All right, right. It should not be working actually. But
So queen d8, and white has to proceed with some solid positional stuff. But well, I do prefer black. Always I do prefer black in these kind of positions. Galemova against Kashlinska. We've got some kind of, but e3 is played, which seems to be a little bit awkward because we know Kashlinska is only King's Indian player with black, or Nimzo. But while the bishop on g7, you shouldn't really expect Grunfeld. And then e3 is mainly played with an idea to avoid the Grunfeld, because now d7, d5 is not that good, but then c7, c5, or castle c7, c5 is a better version of modern Benoni. But then, like bishop e2, d6, castle knight bd7, knight c3, e5, b4, and then e4, by the way.
No, b4, isn't it premature? I mean, knight d2 will be played. Was played already.
Yeah, so it's just a clear.
What about queen c2 here?
Yeah, queen c2 is just a tier, I think.
Yeah, and knight d5 is it considered fine for?
Yeah, just we play knight f6. We're in tempo to protect everything. d5 is hanging.
Yeah, right.
I think.
Yeah, maybe white should wait for knight f8 to be played. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but the other option, I'm trying to recall the game between Wojtaszek and Nepomniachtchi, Moscow Grand Prix 2019. I think at some line Nepomniachtchi just played rook e8 first and then took on d4, played knight b6, which is more or less in the Grunfeld style of play. But e4, yeah, it's King's Indian's approach, rook e8, checkmate your opponent, knight f8.
Here maybe here. But now black will play just bishop f5. Yeah, I see. Okay.
Yeah, but bishop b2 always seems a bit premature for me in this kind of positions because you never know where to put your bishop.
Right, yeah.
And which is the funny thing, that with reverse colors even being a tempo up, let's say we reverse the colors and we have an extra tempo playing with white, we are playing King's Indians.
Yeah.
Attack or defense, I don't know, whatever.
I see what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, even these positions are evaluated in favor of the side who has this structure. But I remember a lot of games won with this. Attacking, I would say, position. Bishop b2, knight f8, a4, h5, very logical. Queen b3, knight 8, h7, which is also an idea. But then, queen b3 is played. Whether h3 could be the option, because after queen b3, it also allows bishop g4 ideas. I think I've played this position again with reverse color with an extra tempo. But queen b3, knight f8, h7, rook fc1, bishop f5. A5, A6, well, that's a good idea. It's usually better to face A5 with X6, otherwise A5, A6 will be the idea. B5 and then C6. This is somewhat I don't really accept. I don't know what was the reason to play C6. Why black shouldn't simply proceed with H4? Okay, it might still be the theory because the moves are quite logical for both sides. But c6 can really create some additional weaknesses. Let's say now we're just spoiling our b6 square. Otherwise, with this pawn structure, we would have a good lock. I would say if white plays b6 and then we play c6, locking everything. c6 and then I don't like this c7, c6 for some reason. Well, her idea is to play d6, d5. Now, I can get it.
She could have done it earlier. And if she wished so.
Not really.
No?
I don't know.
Sure.
Okay, somehow I do prefer white now, and let's say I'm trying to use this weakness on b6. Probably I take or play knight a4 first, which could be potentially empty, but... Okay, 6-6 is a move and maybe nothing to blame for.
Well, Arena plays quite quickly, yeah?
She just knows this type of positions, being a King's Indian player. probably white should take on c6, play knight a4, but then also a5 is hanging. So it's far from being clear. And it's not that clear, by the way, how to use this weakness of b6 square. Maybe c6 is not that bad.
Oh, her idea is to meet now d5 with c5 and c5 with d5. Yeah, so this is the point of c6 move, I guess.
Yeah.
And not easy to prove that it was not good.
Yes, that's true. Maybe knight f1 still will be played and then just the game. I mean, like, whether you play d5...
No, she will not, I think.
Some additional squares.
Yeah. She will just proceed with h4 now and knight g5 maybe.
Yeah, at least it seems to me that black is still easier to play with. In Grigoriev against Gusev, we've got Caro-Kann, bishop d3 once again, played by Grigorieva.
Mm-hmm.
I think it had been tried against Goreshkina in the round before previous.
Right. She went once for this option already.
Bishop d3, queen d3, e6, knight e2, c5, c3, knight c6, castle, knight g e7, knight d2, knight f5, knight f3, bishop e7. I think that's the line. f4, pawn takes, c takes, queen b6, by the way. Even allowing white to trap the bishop. Yeah, the point of queen b6 is that f5 could be a mistake because the pawn is hanging. And now probably black wants to retreat on e7 and, let's say, try to shake the king side playing in h5.
Bishop s3 seems to be
Bishop
the most
e3, yes.
natural continuation, right? And then maybe something like long castle as well, also.
Long castle is something I do not really like, by the way. I don't know how... I can't even explain why, but it seems to be this open c file can be the reason why white is better.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how to prove. Just an intuition. Maybe bishop e7 first. Okay.
No, f5 is still considerable.
Yeah, f5 for sure. f5, I would play king b8 probably.
Yeah.
And then let's say knight f4 or take on e6 first. Well, just a very complicated position. With mutual chances.
Mm-hmm.
Greshkin against Gira. We've got very tense game there. Queen Indian. Well, is it Vienna or Queen's Indian accepted? Because we kind of transposed.
No, Queen's Indian.
Queen's Gambit.
Queen's Gambit accepted, right? Queen's Gambit.
A4 is played instead of bishop c4. Or bishop c4 is another theory.
Yeah, but a4 is
could be the move.
Very old theory as well. Yeah.
And transposing to the Slav line.
This is Queen's Gambit, accepted.
Yeah, this Queen's Gambit could be transposed to Slav. Castle, bishop e7, queen e2, castle, rook d1. The other move...
Well, the main line is...
taking on...
c takes d4, which is considered to be the... I mean... No. After queen e2, I think.
Yeah. Let's say, take, and then d4.
Rook d1.
Or rook d1 first.
e5.
e5, really.
e takes, knight e5, queen e5, queen d6, and this endgame is slightly better for white, but
hard to prove.
Normally considered to be drawish.
Okay, then queen e2, then castle, rook d1. I think also c takes d4, e takes d4, knight b4 is a theory, while white plays a5, or either bishop somewhere, and then bishop g7, bishop c6 is the plan. So normally I think white plays a5 in order to avoid a6, a5 by themselves, by black. But rook d1, queen c7 is played instead. Maybe nothing wrong. D takes, bishop takes h3. e4 was a bit premature because of knight g4, and white couldn't really protect this f2 square because after rook f1, which already seems awkward, knight d4 probably kills instantly. A very typical idea. So, but that was the reason why Garechkin started with h3, preventing from knight g4. And then what to do with black? I would play b7, b6 with any other doubts.
Just b6, e4, bishop b7, maybe e5, knight d7, this kind of. Or e4 can also be met by knight e5.
Yes, that's what I would, which seems to be very flexible. Still bishop f4.
Oh, then just maybe just.
Probably we got some cute tactics. I don't know if do they work.
Oof.
Like this one. But still white has some compensation for the pawn. Still white has some compensation. b6 is also hanging. Well, but the point that e4 is hanging. White should start with rook d4, let's say. But then black shouldn't be worse. For some reason, I don't know.
Queen c6.
I do not believe, yeah, really. Yeah, queen c6 and... Well, maybe we can still try rook d6. You play queen c4 and we agree. Well, obviously, probably that's a trash talk, but knight e5 I do like still. Knight e5 I do like. So, but h3 is played. Now it's Giri turn to move.
Because to my knowledge, this position, even without inclusion a4, a6, is nothing special for white.
Yeah, but a4 is seemingly more a drawback than an achievement, right? Because we're weakening the b4
That's
square.
what I'm about to say, yeah.
Yeah, you would rarely play a2, a4 with, I mean, being not forced. Also, knight e5 can be played, by the way.
Not waiting for e4.
Even not waiting for e4. Probably bishop can go to d7. Well, I mean, probably computer will say something, let's say 0.10, but the position is equal. The position is equal. Yeah, because a2, a4 is a potential. I mean, big weakness is b4 square in potential.
a6 is also useful. Just
Yes, just preventing from knight b5.
b5 under control.
Nothing wrong with black there. Nepomniachtchi Karakin, we've got, wow, b3, rook a8, rook a2. This is the idea, I guess. Another way to protect the pawn. Usually after queen b6, well, at least knight queen d2 has to be considered mainly. So what is this b3? Was it an attempt just to surprise your opponent, or it was a deep prep? Yeah, but Karakin is still following his prep, by the way. Sorry, Nepomniachtchi.
Nepomniachtchi, yeah. At least it seems to be.
So what are the other moves instead of rook d2? Well, I can see the alternative explanations for this rook a2 maneuver.
Yeah, but it's well, I mean, it's important to understand what was the problem of bishop takes f3, bishop f3, and knight e5.
There.
So let's try to get it.
Instead of right here.
A bishop maybe rook f3, I don't know. But
yeah, but bishop f3 looks good.
Or maybe, sorry, maybe after rook d8 already. Rook d8, rook a2, right? And then...
Just take there.
Yeah.
Bishop, knight e5. A good question.
And knight a4, yeah? Knight a4, queen... maybe knight a4.
Knight a4, let's say queen could be taken d6.
Yes, but then just take... no, take bishop... knight takes f3. Okay, takes, yes.
Yeah, we can take on d6 first.
Bishop b7, right?
So that could be a slightly better endgame.
Still
it could be
still
potentially.
Not
yeah, if we're not blundering anything.
Not that convincing.
For sure.
But
So,
there should be the reason, right?
Rook, bishop e3, let's say. Yeah, for example,
Let's say.
rook takes I do not really like. But then like knight e5, still white has an option to sacrifice the next change, but it should be not much. No, but that's just a nonsense. Yep, just take on d6 with the queen. Rook e2, bishop f3. Bishop has to take, obviously. Knight e5 is the most principled, and yeah.
Can it be knight d5 simply?
Yeah, knight d5, I thought it could be the move, but... Well, basically, if queen d6, do we have anything? Rook d2?
Oh, queen d6 simply. Yeah.
Let's say even knight takes there, queen takes, we take on d5. Do we have anything special? Queen takes, and then even play rook e6. Or there might be some problems. Because, okay, I didn't want to calculate bishop d6, bishop takes, queen f7, king h8. Okay, the pawn is hanging on b7, but black has a good centralization. Maybe still queen b7.
Yeah.
Slightly
Maybe.
better. Pawn up.
Maybe still. Yeah.
But then queen d6 was principled there.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be rook e2 or rook d2?
What about knight f6, queen f6, bishop d5? Looks a bit strange, but who knows?
Yeah, let's say we have rook d7 and rook f2. A little bit dangerous for black, right? A little bit dangerous. So that could be the potential reason of playing h6 instead. But then a4. So b3, a4 setup looks a bit...
a4 is played.
Yeah, a4 is played.
Oh. Oh, then it's funny. e3 is funny.
a4 and... Yeah, we just spoiled the b4 square, but we would rather have knight there than a queen.
So a4 is played quite quickly, so...
2 minutes spent, yeah.
We can conclude that it's still the preparation, right? As such a move cannot be done, it cannot be decided quickly on the board. Over the board. I mean...
White is still White is still not threatening anything, by the way.
a5 is not a threat. No?
Queen c6, I can get the point.
Yeah, but then I don't know.
Knight b5 stuff.
Knight b5 can be annoying.
Anyway, 4. What do black has there? Okay, if you play the a4, I'll play a6, and show me what you want. Well, the a6 is one of the many moves.
Then I guess just a5, and rook will go somewhere, and now that can never take on f3.
Yeah, because the queen is...
Yeah.
Okay, still
so
a square on c8,
yeah,
but...
there's not idea bishop takes f3 and knight a5 anymore.
For sure. And what can black do there? Okay, a6 is too optimistic probably. a4, the other moves. What are the other moves? So we cannot take on f3 no more, right? Let's say
Yeah, but now it seems
bishop
to be
takes, bishop takes.
Yeah, the better version for white for some reason, because he has a5 here.
A5, queen takes.
Oh, no, but then okay, yeah, but then I will just take bishop b7 and take maybe knight f3 still, right?
Yeah, like if we take first, knight f3, and if bishop b7,
Okay, maybe
could
then-
it be something like queen c7 or
C7,
queen?
Yeah.
Still bishop d5 still.
Mm-hmm.
I would prefer white there.
No, of course, yes.
So probably bishop e5, rook f6 could be the idea. At some point, or at least
but-
rook a2,
yeah.
rook f2, we can improve our position for a long
And
time.
statically, I mean.
So
not-
a4 and waiting Sergei for response. Okay. Fedoshev against Gaganov. Wow. By the way, this is somewhat... Yeah, b6, knight e5 is the most logical.
Mhm.
Knight e5, d takes knight d7, bishop e7, queen e7, f4. We kind of transposed to some stone wall lines with a bit... I mean, with not castles done. g3, queen e7, and then e4. Well,
Truly speaking, very hard to believe. I'm just what about bishop b7? What is the point? I
bishop
mean,
b7, I think
take.
we're just positionally better. Queen e2. Because of this bad knight on d7. And our idea is to castle long and then take on d5, play bishop e4, and then just invade on the d file. I think his bite is better there.
Not to my taste, too many pieces exchange already. So
Well, okay, not much better, but slightly better.
no, maybe no. Okay, just let's go simple way. So bishop b7,
Queen e2, let's say.
short castle.
Okay, anyway, we castle long.
Rook d8, rook fd8 probably.
Rook fd8. Let's say we take on d5.
Bishop takes.
Bishop takes bishop e4. Well, you have to try. Well, you have to transfer your knight somewhere. I think the point being that after knight f8, I can also play c4, forcing you to take. Or, for example, if you retreat, I simply take on b7 and play knight e4, which is obviously better for white.
Yeah.
But c4 is played instead, so I've been also thinking about it. But I can't really get the point how black equalizes. Let's say bishop c2 simple. So bishop c2 is played. So what was black's idea? Bishop b7 has to be played. I mean, I'm not sure about this c4 bishop c2 inclusion. Okay, we allow an additional square on c5 to our knight.
For the knight, yeah.
Bishop b7, probably that was an idea. Let's say, if queen e2, then knight c5.
It is. Yeah, but then he takes d5.
Bishop takes.
And c4 is not hanging yet.
Yeah, the rook is hanging, and
Yeah, okay.
black
And-
more. This is
yes.
probably this is the best reaction.
Right.
This is the best reaction. Well, so bishop b7 will be played, or even knight c5 first. Could it be? I do not really believe. Pawn takes, knight f3. No, white is better. White is much
I
better.
think.
Bishop b7 first.
Yeah.
Okay, Dubov against Vityugov. White has a pair of bishops already, by the way. Bishop f5, knight e5, rook c8, queen e4, bishop d7. This is somewhat I do not really like for Vityugov, but his position is still quite solid. e6.
Well, normally in exchange stuff, pair of bishops is not that.
Yes, because the center is closed.
important. Yeah,
Yeah.
center is closed.
Sometimes it's even better to have a knight. e6 was gonna be played there. Bishop d3 or e2, or maybe anything else. Let's say bishop d3. Play bishop d6 probably.
Yeah, bishop d6. Oh, bishop g5.
Bishop g5.
Yeah.
Bishop e7
Bishop
also.
e7, yeah.
Castle.
Well, normally this is nothing special.
This is nothing special, but a small space advantage and a pair of bishops. White is obviously not risking, and black still has to be a bit precise.
Mm-hmm.
Yesipeng against Antiba. What's going on? Can we please ask the camera to look on the to get a look on the playing hall, because we can't get the moves on
It
this.
seems like somebody didn't show up actually.
Really? Can we see the playing hall? Especially Yesipenko's game and what is going on there.
Yes, actually I got information that Helen Tipov just quit the tournament. What happened? We don't have any idea.
Okay. Anyway, I hope that
unfortunate for him and-
I hope that Mikhail is fine. He's being
Yeah,
healthy, and
yeah.
his relatives said everybody will be healthy in this very difficult period of time. Yeah, it's very sad that for some reason.
Yeah, okay. He's got a positive test. So that's bad news for him. But nothing to do in the current circumstances. So well, bad luck.
Yeah, that's a very bad luck, and well, I don't know what will be with the players who haven't played against. They will have a half point against.
Actually, they are more than half games are played. So normally they will have plus. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, they will have plus against him.
Very sad story.
Yeah.
Anyway, we wish Mikhail to be healthy,
yeah,
to recover, and
as quick as possible.
yes. So yeah, it really, in terms of mood, it really affects the even commenting the event. Kichigaev against Artemiev. So this is so g3 was played instead of knight e2. Castle, bishop h3. That's the possible line also. King b8, f5. Rook h8, f takes, and then what? So knight e2 seems to be the most logical way to proceed. What was black's idea? Maybe even simple bishop f8. I don't know. Queen f4.
Queen f4 or knight f4? Queen f4.
Queen if knight f4, I saw they can simply play knight e5,
Mm-hmm.
pretending to be fine.
Maybe knight d4.
Knight d4 still.
Knight c4, yeah. Maybe I'm losing a piece or...
Not really, because you have knight d5 all the
Knight d5,
time.
yes,
but well, it's a very complicated position with a lot of mutual tactical stuff, tactical ideas. F takes c4. So white at least achieved something against this very strong center. And they couldn't be worse there for sure, because also king's position is a bit exposed. But for example, if we swap the queens of the board, I don't know how to evaluate the endgame. I think I would rather pick black with a pair of bishops with a square on e5.
Mm-hmm.
So the point being that white's plan is to create an attack somehow. Let's say play rook he1, maybe rook e3. Well, not pretending that we really do want to play a2, a4, but at least to create some ideas. Anyway, the other plan is to press on e6 square.
Yeah, but what about this plan in general? Just knight e2, knight f4?
Let's say knight e2. If we play knight e5 at once,
Okay, still knight d4.
Knight d4. Maybe we just still we still transpose to this more or less the same position.
Knight
But you
f4.
have also queen f4, which has to be considered.
Right.
And it's not that obvious how to protect this f6 pawn, because bishop g7 looks a little bit awkward. And, well, and then I prefer white position even more. Maybe first start with rook hf1, then retreat with the queen. Now the bishop is forced to protect the pawn in a very inconvenient way. So yeah, f takes c6. We predict that Maxim will play knight e2 probably, right? What's wrong about queen h6, by the way? But the queen h6, the point being that we do not really threatening to take on h7 because of rook h8. Okay.
And still knight e2 seems very logical to me.
For sure.
So maybe.
Queen h6, by the way,
Queen h6
was played. Queen h6. So let's say b4. Let's say if b4.
Oh, then knight e2.
Yeah, but then b4 is really exploiting the black king's position.
Queen f2.
Queen f2, okay, but it's
maybe knight d4.
shouldn't be that dangerous. At least knight fd4. Whatever. Yeah, now white is aiming to trap the queen, by the way. Queen h6 is on the board, and, well, Maxim is pressing, despite being a bit low on time. But, well, the position is not that tactical, and the main thing is just to follow the best pattern, the best plan, follow the best plan, and of course Vladislav is the player who creates probably the most number of obstacles during the game, even if you're better. Even your position is better. Madlakov against Svidla.
What can we say, looking at the player's face? What can we say something about Artemiev mood or Artemiev state of? I mean,
I hope Artemiev is not praying yet, looking at his position.
no, but
It seems a bit dangerous, but it shouldn't be that bad. I mean, that's just a typical Rouser line with 0.5 evaluation. White is pressing, but black has a pair of bishops. That's the long-term factor that can pay off. But yeah, so that's the theory. Now we finally got the position that was in my mind, but I couldn't really understand how it may occur. Knight c5, castle, knight c4. So this is a line. This is like maybe more than 10 games played in this position. Queen d6, queen takes, bishop takes. In endgame, black has a solid compensation because the b2 pawn is potentially weak. If white pushes b2, b3, then c3 square becomes the target. Rook c2, knight e5, rook b2. So probably it's better just to give up the pawn. Knight c3, d6, e takes. And what's going on next, by the way? So rook takes. Could be that not rook takes, because we have to calculate some rook f4 stuff right there. Knight f4 may fail into knight f7. Could it be?
Rook take d6 is already on the board.
Yeah. So the point being that if rook f7, for all of a sudden white is simply mating. Rook d8, bishop f8, bishop h6, and there is no protection against.
Rook takes f8.
I takes rook f8. Yeah, I thought we can play knight e2. Oh, so this is the refusal.
Oh.
This is a refusal, by the way. Not that clear.
That's a very nice line.
E takes d6. Rook d6 is played anyway. Let's find the way how white will proceed after knight f4.
Is played, I think.
Maybe some perpetuals, I wonder.
No, and also after knight f7, can black just simply takes knight takes d6?
Yeah, knight takes d6. We take
Yeah.
on d6, king
Is it more than a
h8.
draw?
Well, it has to be a draw anyway. Knight g5. Let's say. No, we cannot really create a threat. We can try even bishop c5, but I don't think it can be the way how we win the game. At least rook f4 then h6. Nothing special, maybe
Yeah,
even
nothing
slightly
special.
worse. Rook d6, knight f4. Once again, this line. So knight, so probably that's the reason. So, but then if rook takes, isn't black winning?
Oh, okay, check. Should be made.
Bishop f8. We can start with something else instead of bishop h6.
And rook d7 should be considered.
Rook d7 for sure. If we try the same stuff,
But no, I'm sorry, but now knight d6 is possible probably, so maybe we need to start. The same stuff doesn't really work.
yeah, I was trying to create
Thinking it's fine.
some other tricks.
But maybe we should start with rook d7 without check. Otherwise, knight d6 is possible. So
Rook d7, so that could be the reason why black should proceed knight. Sorry,
knight takes d6.
knight takes d6, right. Yeah, so seemingly that could be the first result, by the way. Yeah, knight f7, once again knight d6, and that's gonna be a perpetual. That's gonna be a perpetual.
Yeah, knight f7.
Whether even black can take on f7, play knight a2, it shouldn't be that risky. It shouldn't be that risky, it seems to me. Let's say rook d1, and then we play bishop f6.
Bishop h6.
Bishop h6, but still no mating threats. We can simply...
No, but maybe rook e1 should have been played instead. Rook e1.
Rook e1 instead of rook d1, right?
Yeah.
Rook e1, well, still knight c3. Nothing special.
No, and bishop goes somewhere.
Yeah, rook e2, rook b1, well, it should be drawish.
Maybe
So that's...
bishop c5, yeah, for example.
Okay, bishop c5.
No, okay, should be draw, yeah, should be draw.
Should be draw anyway. Yeah, well, even bishop f6, I don't know.
Yeah, black is out of risk probably.
Yeah, so that anyway, that should be the first result of the game day 7. Peter seemingly making his 7th consecutive draw. And the other question is, did anybody make 11 draws in the tournament?
Ever?
Yeah, 11 consecutive draws in the Superfinal. I mean, it could be anybody, because the tournament is quite tense and draw is the most, well, expected result. Nepomniachtchi against Karakin, we do have this bishop f3 knight e5, by the way. And what we were puzzled with?
a5, yes, was our...
a5, yeah, that's true, a5. But then maybe black's idea was to take on f3 first, I guess. The point being that if you take with the queen and b3 pawn is hanging, which could be the reason. Still, the position is a complete mess.
Queen d3.
Queen d3, then knight e4, maybe.
Yeah.
Yes, something's very complicated and hard to evaluate. So knight e5, a5, knight f3 probably could be the reason. Rook has to take then, if not queen, let's say. Or even pawn, maybe pawn and rook g2.
Yeah, but now if if this pawn is not immediately lost, then I would definitely take white. I mean,
yeah, no reason to no reason not to take them. d6 pawn could be the potential queen.
knight b5 is premature Because of a6, knight c7, queen takes
Queen
c7?
takes, yeah, we just have to show it. Yeah, the queen is hanging. Black is simply piece down.
No, then maybe just simple rook
Sorry, white.
d2 is good enough.
Yeah, okay, let's find some solid stuff. Rook d2.
Yeah, I think black should try to exchange as many pieces as possible, so maybe knight e4. But still, I mean, this position
Knight
is
e4, knight takes,
sort of
rook takes.
unpleasant, yeah?
Could it be really?
Well,
But do white has a plan?
yeah, this is another point, I mean, but
Okay,
black is completely
yeah.
stuck.
We
I think.
start to expand, I mean, in all over the board.
And d7, and no, d7 is not good, yeah, because of rook e7, so... or
Or it's not, I don't know, we have rook d3.
rook d6, rook
Still
d3.
protecting the main.
Rook d3, yeah, rook d3. Right. Oh, no, this is...
Yeah, the most valuable piece is the pawn on d6 in this game. Knight e5, knight b5 is played.
Knight b5 is played.
Knight b5 is played
Instead, yeah?
instead of a5.
Uh-huh.
What's the reason?
No, because now knight c7 is possible. So, for example, if knight takes f3, queen takes f3, then after a6, we'll be able to play knight c7.
I was also considering a5.
Also.
Yeah, let's say a5
Also.
queen, then we are just transposing to the much better endgame because we have also a pawn.
Right.
And that's gonna be quite unpleasant for black.
Just take knight e6.
So knight e5, knight b5 could be a very strong move.
And what to do then? Ah. Madlakovsvili draw.
Yeah, so as well as we expected, the game has ended in a draw by the perpetual. Yeah, Peter being quite solid, but not that ambitious. Well, he spoiled maybe a good opportunity to... Okay, I would be accurate to say just to push against Maxim Chigaev, because as well as we figure out that Maxim just lost his prep. I mean, he forgot his prep, took on f3 immediately. Yeah, so and Peter, well, trying to push with white, slightly trying to push with white, with black making all draws.
We talk about that Rui Lopez game, right?
Yeah, we're talking about Rook Lopez, but now it's Grunfeld, and that's Peter's main weapon against d2, d4 first. Okay.
So let's see what's going on in the women's section, maybe. Or
Yeah, just once again, I don't know why I'm paying more. Of course, it's not a sexism, but I don't know why I'm paying more attention to the men's games. Yeah, I'm very good to women. Just don't mind. Don't think I'm being an idiot. Queen c5 is played. Well, that's also a very common move. Common in terms of this type of positions. Obviously, planning to play knight e5 at some moment. Keeping the tension. Queen h7 is not possible because of rook h8 once again. Simply winning a piece. Queen c5, and what white will do there, by the way? So let's say, can we play knight e2 still? Any clear refutation? White has some weaknesses. Oh, sorry, black has some weaknesses. Far from being clear. Knight e2, and I don't have an idea how black will proceed there.
yeah, it's very...
Well, maybe queen c4 was the point, but I would still I would even consider knight f4 still. Let's say knight f4, queen takes e4, and some tactical tricks.
Maybe
Knight d2 simply. The pawn is quite weak. The pawn is quite weak, and I think white is simply better.
Yeah.
Well, the point being that if I'm really allowed to take this pawn because of some bishop f8 tricks, but so I can't get the... I don't know where to put our queen. Let's say queen a4. I think we still can take on e6. Yeah, I mean, my idea was to play knight b4. So that was the point.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not that clear. So once again, queen e4, maybe knight d2 was a bit premature. We can also try some queen h5 positionally. And then rook e1. This is somewhat I like, by the way. Queen h5 simply.
No, then maybe, yeah. No, yeah, okay, yeah.
I mean, let's say...
Maybe knight e5, knight e5.
Knight e5 is possible, but then knight d4.
Mm-hmm.
And this is somewhat very dangerous for black.
Yeah, that's true. In general, this kind of position, I don't like really with black. It remains quite solid for a while, but it's not often that black finds a real counterplay. So normally the best black strategy is just to wait, and which is...
They have to be very... I mean, the main point is they have to be very accurate with these weak pawns.
Right.
And the main pawn is not even f6 or h7. The main pawn is e6. So knight e2 is played by Maxim, and I do really like white. I do really like white, and... I don't know if
I'm still not sure that queen h6 was so
the best decision.
So
no, but in terms of playing queen c5 and the position on the board, I do like everything what white has played. And also queen h6 can be... Well, it presses on h7, f6, so just... The first thing that you calculate is the moves, I mean, like forward towards the opponent's forces. So queen h6 suits the idea, and maybe absolutely nothing wrong. Maybe queen h6 even the strongest. And for sure, I mean, Maxim spends much more time and energy for this position than we do, and maybe it was the most precise decision. Knight e2, I think white is just better. White is just better, and not an easy task for Artemiev to protect all of his weaknesses.
Quite possible.
Women, wow.
Oh.
Huh. Pardon me. Black is piece up. Piece and pawn up.
Yeah, but it's...
They're piece and pawn up.
Yeah, but Valentina has white pieces here, so...
I mean, yeah. The point being that not white, but Valentina. That was an accent. But can black save all the material and just simply win the game? Of course, I can't believe black can be bad there. I just can't believe. It should be nothing wrong with black for sure.
No, okay, but still some threats to deal with. I mean...
Okay, what is threatening? Queen h5 is threatening?
No, maybe bishop f3, I don't know, but maybe not really, yeah?
Because my first intention was to play king d7 there.
Maybe we can start with bishop b7, or threading on f6, threading just take on f6. And
queen g5, bishop b7, okay.
If something is going wrong, then maybe just king d7, yeah?
Okay, let's say, but rook e1. If king d7, somewhat I didn't really like that bishop d5 can be played.
Yeah, but at least maybe queen takes f6, no?
Yeah, I mean just transposing to an endgame, which...
No, which is...
probably winning for black.
No, bishop takes f6. No,
yeah, but then I'll give... then I'll just give up my knight.
Yeah, but seems quite
king
good,
d7.
quite good for black, indeed, yeah.
Quite good.
And bishop.
I would say bishop. Can we play for the initiative? Yeah, I would still consider bishop d6 even. Then a5, b4.
Yeah, no, black should be.
Black should
fine,
at least black should be fine. Very interesting and romantical attempt by Valentina as usual.
Yeah.
But can black really... they couldn't play king d7 there because of bishop d5 once again.
No, but bishop b7 somehow I like.
By the way, can I be greedy and take on d4? Yeah, f7 fails into king d7. We will not give up our queen. So, and I'm also protecting on f5. And my idea is to play c7, c5 then.
Or maybe the idea is just rook d1 or knight c3 simply.
Okay, knight c3. Yeah, that's interesting to analyze this position.
Development.
Bishop b7.
Well, the point is that even after queen f6, I think black
is not worse.
Cannot be that bad.
Black is not worse. Position is quite interesting. So the only active piece is queen on g5. Okay, bishop g2 is somewhat has to be as it is.
Famous Catalan bishop. So
yeah, I just like I like Valentina's approach.
Yeah, but this is a real Valentina.
Real
Very
Valentina.
stylish.
Real Valentina. Yes. Queen g5 and what to do? Can we do anything else, by the way? So let's say we cannot really save the material for all of a sudden.
I still like this bishop b7 very much.
I'm trying to find a tactical refutation.
Well, maybe even after bishop b7, I don't know what's going on. Rook e1, but maybe queen d6 looks a bit ugly, but who knows? Queen d7, I don't know which one. Queen d7 maybe. Is it possible to play like this? And
Queen d7 seems quite logical.
Maybe bishop d5. Queen f5 can be probably met.
Castle.
No, but maybe now knight d6. Knight d4 or castle, yeah, both.
Yeah, castle simply winning.
And yes, probably.
So queen d7, bishop takes d5 has to be knight c3.
Knight c3 and d5. Still far from clear. No, but this is a way to proceed for.
Queen h5. You have queen h5. Yeah,
h5.
Intermediate.
And then after d5, it's getting maybe unpleasant for black.
Well, it's all about calculations, but at least white has a clear initiative.
No, yeah, this is dangerous.
Okay, waiting for Alexander to respond, and we've pointed out that at least a queen f6.
No, queen f6 not here. Queen f6, queen takes and bishop takes c6.
Pardon me. Yeah, so of course.
No, bishop b7 followed by
bishop b7, rook e1, queen f6.
And here queen f6, yes.
But maybe the point was that bishop d5 is possible.
Bishop d5, it is possible, yes, it is possible.
And, well, so queen
protected,
takes,
yeah.
Bishop takes, otherwise if rook takes on e6, then queen e7.
No, but then, I mean...
Well, maybe still not that bad for black, but this is somewhat that can be unpleasant.
Yeah, not exactly the same, not exactly what black is looking for.
Well... I couldn't really expect that it could be then dangerous for black. The only active piece is queen, but... Can we play knight f6, by the way? I know it looks a bit awkward. Let's say bishop takes, bishop d7.
And bishop a...
Bishop a8, my idea was to play rook g8 there. Pretend that our position is fine. Let's say if queen h4, then we have rook g4 intermediate.
Yeah.
And I do like black there.
Yeah.
The other point was that after bishop c6, bishop d7, we should also consider simple bishop d7 or either rook e1, which seems to be quite unclear. So once again, how this position occurred, f6, knight g4, so Valentina didn't take on c4, which could probably lead to slightly better position, but she plays only for the checkmate. Knight c6, e4, knight d7, e5, f5. A brilliant move, knight f6.
Yeah, but after knight e7, yeah, even without a5, e5, I don't know. Somehow I don't like that much.
But how to protect this d4 pawn, by the way?
d4 is
okay, we can play rook b1, But this is somewhat we do not really like in a very rare point of the game.
No,
Okay, still
I
position
don't
is
know.
complicated.
I don't know.
Maybe
Yes,
e5 can be played. Maybe that could be the reason.
Maybe e5. Maybe e5 is the reason. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So instead, brilliant double
Double H.
double exclamation mark knight f6 move.
Mm-hmm.
I mean the whole idea. At least it's. I mean we have to point out that it's just a fantastic opportunity.
Just a fantastic try at least.
Yeah. E takes f6, knight d5, queen g5. So obviously it has been calculated. Otherwise, if knight d5, if there is no queen g5, white simply has to resign. Queen g5, and for all of a sudden, the position is quite unclear. Well, I'm trying to find the path for black's king to escape on the queen side, but
meanwhile, one move is made already. Yeah.
queen d7 is made instead.
7 is.
So what is the point of queen d7? Could it be just a transposition to the rook e1 line, bishop b7, bishop d5? Once again, rook e1.
Yeah, but then bishop b7 will be met by bishop takes d5.
Yes,
probably, yeah?
as just a transposition to the line we've analyzed, right?
Yes. And which... But maybe we should not stop here. Maybe we should
Go further?
go further. Maybe, I mean... Maybe this is not the end of the line, but yes, somehow maybe queen takes d4 can be played. Strangely enough. Rook e6, I don't know, maybe black's king can...
Maybe we can win the queen, by the way. Queen h5 and then rook d1, but still...
Mm-hmm.
No, but then it should be fine for white somehow, I do believe.
Mm-hmm.
King somewhere, rook d1. Well, it shouldn't be that good for black. Rook d8 probably.
For example.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the clear way.
Then bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
No,
which
maybe
take first on d1.
No, king c8 is not good.
Yeah, king c8 is not good. So probably that could be the reason why queen d7 could be a mistake. Once
still,
again,
rook e1, maybe knight takes d4 now. Is it possible? I don't know.
Looks like all of the pieces are hanging for black.
Yeah, looks a bit, but who knows? Who knows?
Only iron knows. Only iron knows. Yeah, just a fantastic position.
Yeah.
Okay, can we emphasize the pressure somehow? Let's play knight c3. Maybe not that
Bishop
good.
b7.
Bishop b7, trying to finish the development. And then aiming to castle long. Okay.
No, but, queen
Knight
h5 is
d4.
always possible, actually.
But I couldn't really see the refutation.
e6 is protected, yes? No, e6 is now protected. Yeah.
So knight d4 can be... Yeah, that's the strongest inclusion. Knight d4 and how to develop the initiative. I don't know.
Okay, knight c3, bishop b7, indeed.
Queen d7. Once again, the other alternatives. Can we start with queen d5, bishop d5? Not really. Not really for sure.
Okay, bishop b7 is now a very strong positional threat, right?
Yeah. And maybe even queen d7 is a better order of moves because the pawn on e6 is never hanging.
But maybe what's wrong with bishop takes d5 immediately, but e takes then maybe, yeah?
E takes... Wow. And then, I mean, according to this line... Okay, once again, rook check.
Yeah. King d8.
King d8 has to be played, otherwise it should be a mate after king f7. I don't know exactly how.
It's very
No, but king can go to g8, maybe it's just a perpetual. Let's say check.
Mm-hmm.
King goes to g8, I do not believe in king f6. Of course I can be mistaken, but well.
No, at least the perpetual once again, so no reason.
And knight c3 we can play also.
Bishop g5, bishop h6, so on.
Yeah. And then like king g8 and can we really checkmate there?
Oh, this is another question.
Some fantastical rook e7. But it's not the checkmate, unfortunately, for white. Let's say check, king g7, bishop h6, king escapes. Somehow king escapes, but still the line is not over, by the way.
But now king e6 is possible.
King e6. Okay, at least king g7 probably should force a draw. King e6, and then let's say knight c3, then king d6, and then a miracle escape for the king.
No.
Suvorov through the Alps. Queen d7, things are getting even more exciting. And now I'm curious about, I mean, I'm 100% sure Valentina will find anything.
Yeah, but still,
my idea was
reason to start with.
My idea was to play
b7.
bishop f3 first.
Because if you have this knight d4, maybe what was the reason to start with queen d7? Why not bishop b7 first then? And rook e1, knight takes d4 then.
No, but then rook e1. So once again, bishop b7, rook e1, knight takes d4. I'm trying to find the line.
No, we didn't consider knight takes d4 here. We considered only queen d7, I think.
Maybe nothing wrong, maybe just another way.
Maybe Alexander was afraid of immediate bishop takes d5.
It's so funny that
if e takes, then rook e1 is unpleasant.
Seemingly we are failing to evaluate correctly every position.
And it's hard to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
but this is the reason. So bishop takes d5. If bishop b7, then maybe bishop takes d5
First. Queen takes and knight c3, right?
And then knight c3.
Yeah, so that, yeah.
And if queen takes, then queen h5. If queen retreats, then d5.
But queen d7 is played,
yeah,
so
but-
what's
no, but
wrong
then
with
queen
bishop?
f3? Queen f3 is the move. d5 and knight goes somewhere. So yeah, it's still unclear. Yeah, I'm sorry. Bishop
Once again, bishop takes, queen takes, knight c3, queen
Queen
f3.
f3, yes. And d5 was my. Well,
Can we still press? Yeah, but then queen takes an important square on h5. It should be fine for black.
And knight should go somewhere. Knight d5 or knight d4. Knight d4 probably.
Yeah, it should be fine for black. So that was also okay. Well, maybe we will hear Alexandra's explanations. Maybe she will like pour the light on this question, but we don't know yet. Of course, we are not using engines and only using our brains, or something that is called brains.
No, sorry. Queen h5 is also possible after bishop e7. Queen h5. And
And
then
h5.
bishop takes g5.
Uh-huh.
This is the point, of course. And queen takes f5.
Uh-huh. This is the point, clearly. So that's why queen d7 now with queen h5, then queen f7 simply. My idea was to play bishop f3, intending to play bishop h5. And the difference is that if you play h5, at some lines I do have a check on g6 instead of h5, which seems to be closer.
No, but what's wrong with bishop e7?
But I don't know what's wrong with bishop f7 by d7, by the way. That's right.
f7. Sorry, f7.
So now we can see what was my initial idea, but I didn't knew, by the way.
So the things
Still, how
are-
about queen f7, bishop h5, knight d4?
Oh,
but
still some
game, but
play,
obviously
yeah.
white should be better.
Who knows with such a wide squares? I'm really not sure.
Let's say
here.
f3,
F3, yeah. Okay, something stupid like.
stalemate the rook a2, and maybe check on c5 and just.
Yeah, and pretending to be.
Wow,
I mean,
that's cool. That's the chess we do really want
or
to see.
maybe bishop c5 immediately, without knight d5.
Or even bishop c5 immediately, yeah.
Yeah, that would be nice to see.
Yeah, of course. So we are waiting to see this kind of lines on the board.
Yeah, but bishop f3, I don't know. Yeah,
Maybe it's too
maybe there
artificial.
are some other
Too artificial.
some other options for black.
Maybe after bishop f3 I can also... I know I cannot.
Yes, you can. It's
It could be the
roughly,
transposition.
roughly the same ideas, yeah? No, but then...
Sorry, yeah,
then
so
king
of
d8.
course. So now,
F8, F7.
now I've got that after the bishop h5, at least we can retreat with the knight. So that's
no,
that's an additional idea.
King d7, king d7.
Wow,
instead.
king d7,
King
so
d7
cool.
instead.
So cool. That's fantastical. That's fantastical.
And black seems to be fine, yeah?
Black seems to be winning, no? Well, still some game after bishop f7, knight f3,
Yeah, but okay,
king g2,
pawns up, yeah?
bishop, knight takes bishop,
Okay,
takes bishop b7,
here is
should be winning.
Black is just
Winning.
very good.
Pagonin against Getman. So Gunina Kosinuk, for no doubts, is the most interesting game of the women's section, while in the men's section, I don't know, Nepomniachtchi against Karakin or Chigaev against Artemiev. I don't know what's going on currently in Fedosiev and Dubov's games. And there, well, what's going on? Black shouldn't be bad. At least I think we can retreat and also take on d4.
Yeah, but maybe rook d1 instead.
Rook,
No. I mean, here.
rook d1 instead, then what?
d5, yeah, then e5, sorry, maybe rook d1 is not good, yeah. Maybe, I'm sorry, yeah, maybe you
We could also retreat on e5, just with the same idea.
force the capture.
Of course, we take with the queen, otherwise queen c8, queen, rook d1, queen f6, and can it be dangerous? I do not believe that white can be much better.
Much better, maybe not, but just better. I mean, it is
Not a lot of
quite
pieces.
possible.
I mean, like you'll take on b7, but then we'll have like 4 and 3 and 2 and 1.
Yeah,
which
but it
has
will
to be
not take
holdable.
immediately. So I
Yeah,
would-
no,
okay,
queen c7, let's say,
c7.
right? Rook f8, rook f8.
F8, rook f8.
And then like we're going to play a5 maybe, or e5. Well, basically white is out of risk and maybe slightly better, but I don't know how much it is.
No,
Maybe still I would prefer white somehow.
yeah, maybe b4.
Maybe b4, a4, I don't know. Yeah, b4 is good. Okay, maybe white has some initiative. That has to be considered. And then Garifulin against Shuvalov, somehow black received a very good King's Indian / Sveshnikov. I mean, just according to the current pawn structure.
No, okay, king g3 in this position.
Knight g3 is
g3, I mean,
yeah.
it looks very
it should be too long to create a mating attack. And knight in g3, otherwise it's just simply misplaced.
Yes, just misplaced.
Knight e1. Yeah, and then in this positional game,
Oh, yeah.
Garifulina is not that strong and solid as in tactical. Bishop c5 probably has to be played, otherwise it seems to be that black is
Yeah, but white's
Is it-
knight
has a slight
knights
advantage.
are completely
Quite ugly.
misplaced. Yeah.
d takes c6, rook takes. So if white
D takes c6.
yeah,
But
with the knight on g3 and
she
e1,
needs to be sure that knight will have time to come to
d5, otherwise white is just much worse.
And so, and what happened then?
D takes c6, rook takes c6, queen c3. So white cannot even go knight c2 because of bishop c4. So it means that white cannot easily transfer to d5.
Yeah, so queen should.
So
be
no
moved first.
but winning today. Rook c6, queen retreats to c3. Rook d6, holding the what? Holding the what? If queen e5, can we take an e5 by the way? Queen e5, what
No,
was the idea?
Apparently not. Maybe.
Maybe
Otherwise, she would. Okay, knight d7 and queen has no squares. That's white is losing the.
maybe queen e4.
Queen e4.
You know, but still, I mean,
No,
Maybe
rook is
sorry, rook is hanging.
Rook takes d3 first, then.
rook takes
No, but
d3,
this
knight
is far
d3.
from clear. I mean,
No, but
bishop g5.
Bishop g5, a queen d6, we have rook b6, trapping the queen. Funny line.
But queen f3 is
But
possible.
queen f3 is possible instead. queen
but
e3,
then-
and everything is protected.
No, but then it's strange.
Okay, you can take on c1, but that's not what this black is aiming for.
No.
So once again, rook d6, could e5 pawn be taken? Queen takes e5, the most principal line. Maybe
Maybe knight e8, simply.
knight e8, let's say, okay, bishop f6 is a threat and rook d3 is not a threat. So we need to protect the queen or either the rook. By the way, queen f4, let's say. Queen f4, bishop g5.
Bishop g5.
Aha. So white could easily be out of moves there. White could easily be out of moves. The point being that after rook b1, what do we do? At least we can take on b1. It seems to be just better for black. I don't know, just
Okay, bishop takes.
intuitively.
And
Maybe rook d1 even.
oh, maybe you start with bishop f6.
Sorry, yeah. Bishop f6, queen c5, I thought.
Yeah, and rook
Still rook d1, queen e3, and bishop b2, let's say.
bishop g5 is also.
Bishop rook d1, or also. I mean, it's difficult to calculate the captures, but intuitively rook d6 is possible. There has been some reason why e5 wasn't taken.
This is not completely unexpected because, as it was already mentioned, white knights are completely
misplaced.
misplaced.
Rook b1, knight d7. Probably knight is heading on the d4 square.
And so,
Just the same idea.
knight f1 or what?
Knight c2 was played. Okay,
C2
just the
also.
same. But this was better to improve g3's knight position, in my point of view.
Knight e1 at least was
Bishop g5.
protected the bishop on d6.
Yeah.
So then, what happened?
Bishop g5 still.
Yeah.
Bishop g5 still, then now it's Garifulin turn to move, and of course knight e3 looks quite ugly, at least because black can take on e3, then queen g5, or take on b1 first. It seems to be quite
No, I guess rook d1.
quite painful.
One should be played, yeah.
Rook d1, maybe some tactical refutations, by the way. Let's say, then at some point we gain the tempo. Rook takes b1, rook takes b1, and even knight b8. And then knight b8, queen e5 can be possible. Queen e5, knight c6 is winning. So knight b8, my point was that I'm going to...
c5 still. Queen e5.
Queen e5, knight c6, queen
c5.
So it's not that clear, right? But you know, like even this position, I think, cannot be much worse for black. But it was absolutely necessary. Rook b1, let's find the way. Black is simply better. What is white's idea, by the way? Can we basically do the same, but starting with knight f8?
No, bishop moves somewhere. Yeah.
Bishop
Yeah, but useless to say that.
looks quite disgusting.
Yeah, I don't like white here.
Let's say rook d2 or I don't know.
Maybe even knight if.
Knight e6 is possible, which is quite cute because after queen e5, it seems that the queen is trapped.
Yes.
That's the reason, and maybe that's the most precise way to convert the advantage. I mean, otherwise, if you allow the black's knight to go to d4, I mean, it's not that pleasant to play this position with white, even it's not lost mathematically.
Right.
The other games, Gadao against Kashlinska, and that's quite typical stuff. White has created something on the queen side, black has created something on the king side. But
Yes, white is able to take a pawn, I guess.
yeah, so it's black to move, and they will start with probably...
But then she...
So you need to be brave
needs
enough to
to be-
sacrifice something on h3. That's the
but
main
white
point
should
of this
take the
position.
pawn. Otherwise, I mean, this is only black who
Yeah, okay,
wins, right?
it's black to move, and
No,
rook cb1 is played, h4. I mean, the question is if h3 is possible.
Should white play at h3?
Well, basically, maybe
What about bishop takes a6?
I may
Just
pretend to be that.
Yeah, that's very risky. I fully understand.
Knight f3,
Okay, takes.
bishop.
No, and bishop retreats somewhere. E1, E2, F1. I don't know. Maybe E2.
Okay, I mean, black might has a sufficient compensation for this.
Yeah, sure.
Say queen g4, then knight moving to g5.
Yeah, of course, but A7, A6, A7. So yeah, we should.
Okay, I just do the same. Let's say I'm trying to prove that I'm still good. Knight h7.
No, okay, let's just push the pawn.
Push the pawn.
Bishop c1.
Okay, rook.
Bishop c1.
Bishop c1, rook e7. Rook b8. Sorry, I'm blundering. Bishop c1.
Okay, let's just consider knight g5. If there are mating ideas.
If there is any mating ideas, that's quite reasonable.
No, I don't know what white is doing.
You know, like
maybe rook b7 for example.
Instead of queen g4, queen f5 was a bit more accurate, just with the same ideas. Once again, the point was.
Oh, maybe I should then. No, not then. I mean, in general, maybe I should just take on f3 then.
Take queen f1.
And yes, or maybe. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This way.
Okay. Well, that's also an option.
And this is not that clear, yeah?
This is not that clear. I mean, white probably has an easier play, but I don't know how to evaluate this stuff. So bishop a6 has to be considered, but after bishop a6, the other point that I've just figured out is simply h4, bishop a6, rook a8 could be played.
Yeah.
And
no, at least bishop e2, okay, if white wants to.
Bishop e2, but
no,
then I do prefer black there.
Oh, okay. Then I'm pretty forced to play rook b6.
Yeah, after
instead,
taking.
yeah.
You mean there?
Yes.
b6. Yeah, with an idea to play bishop b7.
Or just bishop c1 and retreat the bishop. Yeah, but bishop b7.
Yeah, quite considerable. Okay. Some romantic
alliance. Then g3 and maybe rook takes a6. Yes, rook takes a6. No,
yeah, g3
at any point.
Yeah, it's just a cool line. Let's.
And I don't know now.
Let's opt
maybe
for
queen f5 first or knight f3. No, but then without let's square bishop, I'm not that sure about this position.
Yeah, because if knight e2, then we can play g5 and then still the same mating ideas. At least in terms of human playings, this is double-edged. Pretty double-edged.
Maybe queen g4 simply, yeah?
Yeah, well, I mean, like maybe black has not a single move, but just a double-edged position. You should calculate queen f5, queen g4, g5, whatever.
But Alina didn't opt for...
Queen f5 was played instead. Yeah, so what was the point of queen f5, by the way?
But then maybe she pretend not to be needing actually h4. Maybe she's right. Maybe knight f3 can be played somewhere. I don't know. No, for example, rook b6. Okay, let's start with rook b6. What's going on there? Knight f3 or?
Not really. I don't believe. Pawn takes.
Pawn takes.
Okay, well, king h1 probably. Yes. Well, I cannot see the way how you create the mating threads over there.
Yeah.
Queen f5, well, maybe h4, h3, and she wasn't ready to sacrifice.
No, anyway, I think that Alisa has nothing to do here but play something like rook b6. No,
of course.
I mean, she cannot protect herself anymore. So, or okay, knight e2. Does it make sense or?
But you know, like in point of the current position, could rook a8 could be the mistake, because rook was more useful on a8 protecting the pawn.
Maybe.
And the pawn on g6 wasn't hanging, by the way.
No, but for some reason, Alina wanted to play queen f5. That's why she needed extra protection for d6 pawn.
That's also true. That's also true. But I would rather play bishop f8 then. Well, very, very controversial. Rook b6 is still played, and have no idea what Alina will do there, because It looks very promising, but it also can be very risky even for black, because white doesn't need only needs a pair of tempos. Take on a6, retreat with a bishop a6, a7, winning the game. And black has to create. So still h4, but queen f5 could be the waste of a tempo, so I do not like black anymore, really.
No, your opinion that black's initiative is not enough, yeah?
Yeah, I think she spoiled something. And I have no suggestions what will be the next move.
Okay.
Grigoriev against Guseva. Almost the same pawn structure, but with the colors reversed. I mean, this pawn on f6 is nail.
That's for some reason.
Nail in a tomb.
Grigoriev decided to close the position.
Well, but that's reasonable. That's quite reasonable.
It is, yeah.
Because
bishop is
obviously a short castle looks like a suicide in this kind of position. Bishop c7 probably has to be considered. It's white, and it's also white to move, by the way.
Yeah, it's white to move, yeah. Now, the black's plan should be
bishop c7 castle long.
No, maybe
h5.
c7 is not the idea. I mean, maybe queen a6, bishop b7, bishop b6. Sorry. Maybe.
It's also yes.
Yeah.
Well, white can still expand on the queen side. Let's say play a3.
Oh, still
slowly expand.
Queen a6.
Queen a6. I do not really want to trade the queens. No, of course I do not want, because your king is quite weak.
Yeah.
No reason
queen
to trade.
Yes.
Queen d2, but then knight a5.
Maybe knight a5 then.
Still some game at least. But the black's position looks quite dangerous, for sure.
A huge space advantage.
Yeah. Maybe I can try bishop.
Yeah, maybe h5.
Sorry,
okay.
knight e5. That was a blunder.
Knight e5, yeah. So maybe h5 can be played by black.
At some point, yes.
And if g5, then castle short, maybe it can be
knight
considered.
f4. Okay.
Knight f4,
king, I want king h1. That's what
king
I like.
h1. Okay.
Preventing.
Queen a6.
Queen a6. That's quite reasonable. Queen, let's say d1, which is a bit awkward, but I don't know.
Bishop b6.
Bishop b6, and finally, black is no more in the concrete danger. So bishop d8, black's position looks quite tight, and white has a huge space advantage, but white also has some weaknesses. e5 and d4 could be the potential targets for the black's knight and the black's bishop. I mean, a lot of tactical tricks still, and obviously black is aiming to trade the queens, and while the queens will be swapped off the board, black is no more in the risk of being mated. So probably on the first sight we just overestimated white's position, but maybe computer has another opinion.
At which precisely moment white decided to close the position?
f4, c takes d4, probably it was a turning point of the game. Bishop e7, f5 and g6 was played, and so let's try to understand.
My
white
first
f
intention
takes
would be just
knight f4
king h1 or...
Yeah, just keeps the tension, that's the point.
Keep the tension, yeah.
I think,
or maybe knight f4.
Yeah, that I think that could be a better option. I also do like it. And Gorechkin against Giri, we've got an extra pawn, but a spoiled pawn structure. And b6 was played, e4, bishop b7.
Not knight a5.
Not knight a5,
okay.
Bishop, but still fine.
Still
Rook f d8,
yeah.
rook d8, rook d8, bishop takes a6. So she just offered Alexander to take the pawn. But what was the reason why white shouldn't take on c5 first and then knight bishop a6? Maybe knight d4? Could it be? Let's say knight d4. My idea was to retreat with the queen, but it could be dangerous a little. Let's say if knight takes and pawn takes, and knight b5 couldn't be played because of bishop a6, and black has a good compensation for the sacrifice pawn, at least, maybe even better. So rook d8, bishops. If bishop c5, pawn takes, let's say we take knight d4, play queen c4. Could it be played?
I was thinking about knight e4.
Knight over there. Even there, right?
Yeah.
Maybe even there. Maybe even there. Well, black is somehow fine. Black is somehow fine. But rook d8 was played, bishop a6, take, queen a6, bishop takes, pawn takes, knight a5. Knight a5, I do not believe that's the best move, by the way.
Well, knight is headed to c4. This is the point, yeah?
Anyway, like, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Knight a5. Do black threatening anything?
No, knight c4 is the next move for queen c4.
Knight c4, knight
c4.
b5, rook c1 idea as well. Still white is a pawn up, and so black has to show that they do have something.
But too many weaknesses, no?
Well, e3, e4 is spoiled, obviously, the square on g3 potentially, but at this certain point I don't see the way how black, let's say I play simple, even rook d1 is not that bad. Well, but obviously black has some compensation. And maybe it's a good time to take a short break. We have very interesting games today, especially Gunin against Kostyanyuk and Nepomniachtchi against Karakin.
And we have just one game finished.
Only one game finished. A lot of
moment,
how many? 11 games in progress.
Yeah. 10.
Pardon me, 10 games in progress, and for no doubts, that will be a very exciting day. So stay tuned. We will be back shortly after. We'll be back very, very, very soon.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских. Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Девочки, заходите. Мы не можем. Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет?
Ой, девчонки.
Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном? Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать. Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
We're back to the studio after the short break, and, well, quite unpredictably, we've got the first decisive result, and it was the duel between Nepomniachtchi and Karakin. And Nepomniachtchi managed to win this game in a quite convincing way, while me and my colleague Pavel, we just figure out that we've been evaluating the position in a wrong way, because on the position on the board, okay, yeah, starting with once again reminding you the pairings, because yeah, can't wait to explain what has happened in Nepomniachtchi and Karakin. A4 was played, and Bishop f3, the move we've been considering as quite good, was a mistake. Instead of Bishop f3, Black has plenty of options, leading to a more or less normal game. Rook e6, Queen c6 could also be played, whatever. Even Knight e4 was possible. But then Bishop f3, it was quite a critical decision, because Black has to give up the bishop, and then Bishop f3, Knight e5, very brilliant move. Knight b5 was played, Bishop d6, including a5, Queen a6, Rook d2. The point being that Black is totally pinned, and they cannot avoid losing the material. Knight takes a3, Rook takes Knight e4, Knight takes d6. Knight e2, Queen d2, and despite that the material is equal, because White has, well, as we can value Knight plus Bishop as 6.5 pawns, and the Rook plus pawn is almost the same. But White is simply winning because the Queen is totally misplaced, and the
white pieces
I've heard an opinion of one grandmaster, which is quite strong, 27 grandmaster, that in his theory, a6, h6, h3, and a3 are the worst places for the queen to be placed on. Rook e6, Rook d3, very strong move, or probably just one of the few, because the rook and the knight was hanging. b6, Black has to release the queen somehow. Knight f5, Rook d3, Queen d3, Queen b7, Queen d5, a very strong move. The point being, for example, that if Queen retreats to c8, it seems that even, well, the position is just much better for White. Maybe Bishop d6 or Bishop e5 can be played. Well, my first intention was to play a6, but probably it doesn't work now. I mean, even a6, let's say Queen a6 and then Knight e7.
Yeah, that should be.
It should be at least almost a mate, or the attack that will lead White to the material advantage. Queen d5 was played instead. C takes d5, and Nepomniachtchi wins the game in style. King f2, Rook d1, King e2, and Black resigned because they cannot avoid d6, d7, d8, Queen. Otherwise, if Rook takes on d5, and then Knight e7, winning the Rook. Just a brilliant win for Nepomniachtchi. Amazing game, and well, Sergei has, well, he shouldn't give up and still has to fight till the end of the tournament, still having some chances. Like hypothetically, if he wins like 3 out of, let's say, at least 3 out of 4, he could be in tie with Jan.
Yeah, but my prediction,
okay,
I consider my prediction still valid. I think that Jan, well, at least tied for the first, but okay, of course it's not hard to predict.
Of course, it's not hard to predict. Okay, what are the games with the better coefficients on? Fedoseev being a pawn up against Goganov, but Black has sufficient compensation. And seemingly it would be hard for White to win this because, well, let's say if we just took the pair of rooks off the board, White would be most likely winning. Most likely winning. It would be quite hard for Black to protect, but now with 4 rooks on the board, Black can create some counterplay connected with h7, h5, h4, trying to invade with the rooks on the second rank. Rook ac8 was played, and what I would do there was White, by the way, Rook f2, let's say, just in case protecting the second rank.
Well, I guess technically this is position very hard to win.
Seems to be. Okay, my plan is to play rook a2, rook b2, and then a4, b5, and etc. So that could be the reason why black should be afraid of what black should be afraid of. But even after rook f2, h6, g5 ideas could be considered. So black has to create some counterplay on the king side urgently.
I would probably start with h6.
Or starting with h6, let's say. Obviously, h4 would be just a big mistake because then h5 and this g3 pawn becomes weak. So it still will be quite tough to win for white despite being a pawn up. In Dubov against Vitugov, we've got very strange things happening. And how to evaluate this position, by the way? I don't know even whom I would pick there.
So Nikita Vitugov just allowed
bishop takes f6, f5, queen d1, knight e7, king h1, king f8, rook c2, rook c7, bishop d3. Quite logical from both sides. h5, f3, trying to create a breakthrough, e3, e4, h4, e4, finally bishop f4, knight e2, rook takes, bishop b8.
It looks optimally.
And that's the point. So because white can take on a5, destroying the pawn structure, but it seems that it won't be that easy to proceed, because then queen d6, threatening mate, forcing white to play f3, f4. Most likely white wouldn't be much better there.
Yeah, but I would consider e5 here.
e5 is another option.
It has its own
drawbacks, because of this d4 pawn.
Knight will go to c6, bishop a7, and d4 pawn will remain weak. Yeah, but no. That's maybe not.
Let's say f4, you play bishop a7, I play rook f3. And so what to do there with both sides?
Yeah.
I'm
okay,
puzzled.
but not actually. I'm not that sure that I want to play e5 somehow. Yeah.
It could be the move. At least Dubov takes his time.
Tricky. What about e takes e5?
Let's say knight takes.
Okay, bishop takes.
Pawn.
And at some point, I'll be forced to play f4, I guess.
Well, basically, you can still start with knight c3. But after knight c3, I would, I can't say I would really consider bishop g3, but maybe it's some line, I don't know. Optically, white is still better.
Yeah, black has a very ugly pawn structure.
Yeah, I would really play bishop g3, but the thing I don't like is f3, f4. By the way, even not calculating capturing on g3, I don't want to calculate any potential checkmates. Okay, bishop b8 is on the board. What else do white has? But no, nothing else, by the way. Nothing really convincing. Chigaev against Artemiev, and this is a position on the board, but it seems that strange things happening. Knight e2 was played, rook c8, knight f4, queen c4, knight d2, knight queen a4. So somehow black has created the counterplay. c3, b4, b3, but was b3 needed, by the way? I don't know. My first intention was to play rook c1. But it probably doesn't work because of b takes and knight b4.
Yes, somehow I don't like this queen on h6, and
so it looks a little bit misplaced, right?
Yeah.
But then even with this pawn structure, could white still be better? I think yes.
So what is exactly wrong with taking on g5 now? Queen h5 is played.
Queen h5 is played by white.
Sorry, but he did not take on g5, yes?
He didn't take on g5 for some reason. Let's figure out what was the reason.
Yeah.
Pawn takes.
If knight takes, then g4 somehow, I guess. And then bishop moves to f6, probably. g4, I think, yeah.
Can I play bishop f6 first?
Bishop f6 immediately is also possible, right?
No, but bishop f6 and knight f4.
Knight g5.
Knight g5.
Knight g5.
So then the g4 inclusion probably was correct. let's say bishop g4, and then we play bishop f6. So that was the reason. The point being that, let's say, we can't really protect the knight. And if rook f1, we simply take on e6, winning the piece. So queen g5 was quite a smart move. Otherwise, let's say,
and what's wrong
if
with
bishop here takes e6, probably the knight could be trapped. I don't know how exactly, but it seems that white couldn't avoid the capture on e6 properly.
Very creative tactical play.
Yeah, queen g5 was quite smart. And it seems that Maxim could have blundered, because it's quite easy to blunder.
Yeah.
But queen h5 somehow instead of...
So now white has no any threat, and white
potentially
has time to improve his position.
they want to play knight f3. Let's say, is knight e5 possible over there? Knight e5, maybe positionally black is still worse. Knight e5 looks quite logical. And let's say queen retreats on e2. And then we're trying to use the awkwardness of the g5 queen. It's a little bit stuck on the king side. And then some kind of quite unpleasant tricks could be created on the queen side. So I would still prefer white, but it seems to me that Maxim could have improved his game earlier. I still do prefer white.
No, maybe I think you're right. Yeah, if there is now some.
But you know what I do not like really, knight d4 could be the move. Yeah, the point being that I'm taking all the squares of the white's queen, and the knight on d2, well, is
not that great.
It's not that great. Yeah, the point being that, for example, if you play something like knight f1, we can also consider queen h5, knight e2, which seems to be at least an improvement for black, or maybe just churning the tables.
Right.
So knight d4 could be the move, and knight d4 is played, by the way, on the board.
Yeah.
That's a very, very good move by Artemiev. And what to do there, because queen h5, knight e2 is hanging, for sure. And, well, somehow I'm changing my mind.
Maybe still rook f1, but then maybe still just capture on h5 and followed by knight e2, right?
Yes, of course, because the exchange is hanging. It's not that pleasant that it was like a few moves ago. Okay, still maybe king b2 or rook e1. Okay, rook e1 is more logical. Maybe a check on c3, but then this knight also has some drawbacks, because it's obviously it's active, but it's quite hard to create a forced counterplay.
Pawns are still weak, huh?
Pawns are still weak, that's true. And our plan, I mean, at least we can like get rid of this knight, play knight b1, or even knight f3, which could be stronger, like putting it on d4. So obviously, if black's bishop was on e5, they would be just much better. But then the bishop is still passive, and the pawns are weak. And let's say if rook f8, we have to consider knight g7 for sure, or knight h4, or I mean, it's up to you. It's up to your taste. Okay, so knight e4 shouldn't be a surprise for Maxim, because at least me. I found it like not taking not a lot of time. Rook e1 or rook f1. So what's rook hf1?
Rook hf1 was our suggestion.
Yeah, rook hf1 is quite. But then like rook hf1 still doesn't create a threat.
No, knight f3 is my idea.
Yeah, no d5, no e5 breakthrough. That's what's really painful. Can we try rook c5, which looks a bit awkward? Yeah, but the point being that now I can take an h7 in some lines, because rook h8 is no more hanging. Maybe even there. Well, obviously still black has, practical compensation. Let's say we take on h7, and what black will do next?
Yeah, but you're right that his strategical resources are now very limited.
Quite limited.
Yeah, as queen.
As soon as white plays knight f3, black's configuration will be destroyed. Okay. knight d4, and rook hf1, yes, so, well, I know Maxim is quite a strong player, and I'm quite happy to see that our prediction has been right. Rook hf1, well, and Maxim is also up in time, and it's not easy position for black. Well, it's not losing by force, but it seems that black has to find a row of only moves, at least not to be much worse. Because these pawns are, once again, they're quite weak. And this b4, which seemed to me quite promising for black, b4, c4 inclusion, could be in favor of white, because no more d5 ideas, and our king is white's king is quite safe there. Okay, so Maxim is seemingly pushing against Artemiev.
And meanwhile, one game is over, and
so the first loss of the half of a point.
Well, Polina is starting losing points.
Yeah, you said such dramatically, but she's like 6.5 out of 7.
Yeah,
I remember some World Youth Championship I played in 2015, probably under 18. So I remember I've got the bronze. The second was Kirill Alexeyenko, and the first was a guy from Iran who started, I think, 7 out of 7 or 8 out of 8, and I think I've had the same feeling. Okay, he started losing some points. I mean, he won in the middle of the tournament. He won 2 games in a row, beating me and Kirill with black bows. So, and then he started losing points, but it was just over. I mean, and the only thing we had to fight is just for the medals.
Probably it is already over for this tournament as well. We don't know.
No, but Goryachkin.
Yeah, I think the only player who can catch up Polina is Alexander Goryachkin.
Yeah, and also because like Polina performs like a solid men's grandmaster, let's say 26-50. So it means that rook b8, queen b8, king knight f1, still black's positions seem to us quite promising, right?
Well, at least white managed to regroup herself, and finally one of her knights is going to be set to d5. Yeah.
Well, I'm not that sure about bishop e3. This is somewhat I don't really like, because bishop is quite good on g5, and I can't get the idea what was wrong with like playing knight d4 immediately. So what did she didn't like?
No, knight d5.
Knight d5. Yeah, I understand it, but still. I'm a little bit puzzled, really. Yeah, but no idea why she decided to trade the bishop. And I mean, just let's make a move. Let's make a move. Let's play rook d7.
She considers that bishop
or queen
is not better than knight in this position. Okay, knight c3, I guess.
Knight c3. Okay.
And then bishop f1.
So I mean, it's not that easy. How will black proceed?
Yeah, white is very solid.
Even being slightly better. Okay, bishop e3 was played instead. Maybe not a bad decision. Knight c2, rook d8, knight e3, rook d4, and it seems that the game is then in a draw, and Polina is still securing her quite
comfortable.
Yeah, just a big, quite a pleasant and big margin, by the way. Anyway, 6.5 out of 7 is just amazing.
Yeah, indeed. So, yeah, as predicted, white's rook captured pawn on a6, and black should prove that she has a sufficient.
Yeah, knight e6 such a desperate attempt, because like all the time black allows white to play h2, h3, but I'm not that it's really needed.
Knight e6 is played, yeah.
Yeah, knight e6.
Yeah.
The idea was, I mean, like knight d4 is probably hanging.
Yeah, but this is just a little.
So let's say h3, but still take on d4.
Yeah, it's a little tactical trick. I understand, but what happens if
maybe the bishop is not hanging at all?
No, but I guess h3 is not needed.
I'm just trying to check this line, if it works. But then knight f2, it has to be calculated. Knight f2, bishop e3, but then queen e1, the only. Knight c2.
No, here, I mean.
Yeah, at least we can take it up twice and take on a1, and it's quite unclear.
Getting very shaky.
Yeah, and while it was like solid for white. While it gets shaky, when it's much better, it can be very risky, because it's quite hard to adapt to the changing circumstances of the game, the changing conditions.
So, but maybe this is not that easy to protect this d4 pawn. Maybe this is a point. I mean,
yeah, well, you need to protect the knight, basically.
Yeah, but then maybe knight d4 anyway. Maybe this is Alina's idea. So, for example,
you mean like if say bishop c1?
Bishop c1, yeah, bishop c1 maybe. But still, let's just think about
take
e3.
E3. The point being that queen f5 is possible.
Queen f5.
Yeah,
is
we do not really want to allow the. By the way,
no, of course not. Yeah, no. I just forgot about it.
Yeah, so knight d4. Yeah, bishop c1 is quite solid, but now all the major pieces are away from the king, and maybe we can try to create some blitz-style attack.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Black has just retrieved one of her pieces from the white's queen. So knight used to be on g5.
Anyway, h4.
h4.
But probably you can play h3 even though.
No, but
h3, but then bishop h5 and the pawn goes forward.
Yeah, but somehow I don't want to.
Okay, if you're let's check if you're just faster.
Let's be stubborn.
Yeah.
g3.
Yeah, being stubborn is a good feature. Knight g5.
a6, for example. Just show me what you want. This is what Alisa is asking Alina.
Maybe bishop h5.
Okay, a7.
But then knight g4.
Yeah.
But you have knight d1 still.
Well, maybe queen e.
No, queen. Sorry, there is a turnpike on c1.
Oh yeah.
It couldn't.
Sorry.
Yeah. Like knight d1. I mean, like d1, some crazy style attack. Knight h2. I don't basically believe it can work, but who knows? At least we have to calculate some rook c6.
Yeah. No, I understand it.
King takes, bishop takes, but at least despite that, the position is probably like plus 1000 for white. It's still unclear.
No, but this one is not.
This one is not for sure, because king g1, probably h2 is a mate.
This is probably lost, yeah?
Yeah. So, and the things could change quite quickly in this kind of positions, even being... So you need to calculate every single move.
Well, the position
but
remaining very tense.
We cannot... I think it's quite stupid to bet on the result of this game, because it can be any, but maybe we can be smart and bet on the evaluation. Let's say we can... What is your opinion? What is evaluation? So your bet.
Oh, I have no idea.
I would say white is plus 0.9. Just, don't ask me why do I think so.
Very precise one.
0.92 to be more precise.
Okay.
To be exact.
I don't know. Yeah. I think computer evaluation should be in favor of
white. It should be holdable.
Yeah,
it should be a winning attack for black, and I also do not see some perpetual check ideas.
Well, maybe white should be awkward then. Maybe moving queen. But queen. This is the point. Queen e1 can be met, but knight d4 maybe.
Still.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. We have to show it. e3, and then, well, knight simply couldn't retreat because e takes f2, simply winning the queen. Yeah, but then what to do?
I don't know.
Pawn takes, bishop takes, king h1.
Bishop d4.
Bishop g4, probably killing. Well, calculating nothing, but it feels like it should be killing. It just feels so.
Desperate. Queen c1, maybe queen f2.
Yeah, let's...
Queen f2
we do have even more beautiful.
Good enough, yeah.
Let's say bishop d3, I don't know. Something easy has to be winning. Something easy, I would say.
Rook e3.
Rook e3. Rook e3 is quite easy. The idea is to take the bishop. Everything is, let's say I play queen c2.
Or rook e1 or rook e8 first.
Or even, bishop h3 is too much.
Rook e8.
Yeah, well, we should just leave this position for you, because Maybe no, rook e1 is winning. Okay, yeah, it should be winning for black because all pieces are concentrating on their king side.
Doesn't have time to.
Yeah, queen e1 fails into knight d4 for sure. I believe. I trust. Okay, Kashlinskaya seemingly found her way and has quite a good compensation for the sacrifice pawn. And what about Grigorieva? So she transferred the rook on the third rank, which seemed to be quite logical. But then, what's going on? It's quite hard to say what's going on in this game. Because at some point we considered that f6 wasn't the best idea, because it spoils white's attacking chances. But then we found out...
actually Grigorieva managed to regroup quite smartly. And
can we try something awkward like queen d3?
Queen d3, yeah.
I mean, just get rid of the queen. But then, queen a4, knight c6, so we are not blundering anything.
And even sorry.
Well, I guess we're not blundering.
Yeah. But queen d3 seems to be very critical.
Can we try take, play knight b5, but then simply something?
Knight king d7, f7 is hanging.
Yeah, I mean at some point. Well, it could be. Well, yeah.
No, then
so even knight e5 is not the threat.
This is not. I'm not worried so much about exchange, but mostly about f7.
Yeah, of course, for sure. Well, you can still castle, by the way.
I'm allowed to castle.
Yeah, you're still allowed to, and then it could be the other story.
Then it should be okay for black, yeah.
Seemingly yes, and b2 is hanging.
At least e5 is potentially not right now.
Yeah, let's say knight d6 can be just a waste of time.
Yes.
And black is just much better. So it means that white should resist from trading the queens. So the black's main idea is to play queen d3, or at least an intention. Bishop f2 can be the move. Sorry, that's black to move, by the way.
Yeah.
Queen d3, what to do? Can we resist somehow? Yeah, queen a4, this is somewhat I do not really like much. Well, queen d3, and once again I would leave this position for a computer. If it manages to find something for white, I would agree. If not, I've been right and I'm fine. And I mean, I would have a slight panic during the game if queen d3 was played against me, because like I was almost mating, or I was almost winning, but then queen d3 I can't resist against the queen trade, and my pawn structure is spoiled. I have a lot of weaknesses, and I need to just rehab somehow. I have no ideas.
Well, queen should be drawn back to the game, so maybe...
Maybe still queen a4 check, knight c6, knight b5. Could it be the reason? I still do not believe, by the way. At least because of castle.
What about castle?
At least because of castle. Feels that we shouldn't be mating, at least because of h5, g takes h6, king h7.
Yeah.
And the king is completely safe, while his vis-a-vis could be in the potential danger. And knight e5 is also hanging on the spot.
Yeah.
So we also can see the tables turned in Grigoriev against Guseва.
Both players are getting short of time, and they have only 22 moved played.
And what about Garechkin and Gira? So white is simply exchange up for the...
Oh, what happened?
Clear exchange up.
So Olga went all in, yeah, at some point.
Olga went all in, but her compensation on the first side looks quite considerable because of the weak king, but not a lot of pieces on the board. That's the problem. Knight b7, queen b3, rook g2. So obviously rook g2 hasn't been blundered by. Garechkin, knight c5, queen c2, take queen f2. Planning to play queen f4 simply. Solidifying. And let's say if knight takes e4, if I don't know which knight, but basically. Okay, knight takes a4 can be the idea, by the way.
Still queen f4.
Still queen f4. But then we take on f4, take on c3, take on e4, and black is...
But only
black
white.
is probably not losing.
But it's only white who is playing.
For sure. I mean, maybe that could be the fourth line. We can calculate it. Queen f4. Do we have anything else, by the way?
Yeah, but may black somehow avoid this queen's exchange.
Queen h5, rook d8 is the reason.
Yeah, but no, in general, just is black is down to this move, or
yeah, but I mean, I'm trying to at least the postpone.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it looks more or less forced. Queen f4, take, knight c3, b takes, knight e4. Let's say, c3 is hanging. I mean, like if c4, then king f8. Somehow, I do believe I will not lose this position, but it still remains risky because probably I'm in time to protect everything.
Protect the pawn.
Yeah.
But it should be checked carefully.
Okay, c4.
Maybe we're just not in time. Okay, king f8, you say? Maybe king f3?
King f3, that's correct. So I would play f5.
f5, yeah. Mm-hmm.
At least it looks quite logical.
Still, rook d7.
Yeah, rook d7. I have to trade the pawns somehow.
Maybe king e3.
King e3. Well, obviously remains quite risky, maybe even lost. So rook d7 was a good move. Maybe instead of f5, I have to opt for something more solid. Let's say knight c5. It was also my idea.
So rook d6, knight a4.
Yeah, and probably I'm not losing the pawn on the spot. But you can try to play for
rook d7, maybe.
Yeah, rook d7.
Knight takes e4. Played by Olga Gira.
Knight takes e4 instead.
And then, if I understand well, Alexander Gurechkin can force the queen's exchange.
In the same...
And we'll get approximately the same
exactly the same position. It's just the same.
No, she cannot... yes, she can force, right?
I know, that's a bit different.
No,
because the knight is on a4. Queen h.
Yeah. With knight on a4, not on a4. I don't know which is better.
Okay, queen f4. Can we avoid it?
Queen h5. It's just losing, yeah.
Could it be that...
yes.
No, because it comes with the check. The point being that after king h7, the first thought was like after knight e4 we do have... Or
knight takes e4. I was thinking about knight takes e4, but then
yeah, but then
check.
Queen takes e4, it comes with a check, and well, white is winning. It means that f5, then we just protect the g5 square, and this is winning position. So white basically needs to trade the queens, and that will be over.
Well, so okay, maybe queen f4, then just take. With our king is too far. I mean, black's king is too far. It's going to be lost, I'm afraid. Just if we exchange on f4, just knight takes c3, b takes c4, yes. Maybe knight b2 is the only option. Otherwise, rook b1, rook b4 is winning.
Yes, that's true. Rook d4.
Rook d4, and now king should go, but I'm afraid black is not in time.
Seems to be that yes. Okay, let's check quickly. But that's a slight improvement, by the way, because the rook is no more on d7. And this is the position that could be holdable for black. Let's say king f3, king e7. And this is somewhat I do like, by the way. It can be holdable.
Well, now knight can go back to a4, protect the pawn.
Yeah, or even no necessity in it. Let's say...
Yeah, this position is not that clear, yeah.
The first thing I will do, that probably g7, g5, and then we'll see. So...
maybe white should just stop.
Yeah, play h4, let's say, which is quite logical. And then maybe even still g7, g6. I have an idea just to play f6 and then g5. I need to trade as many pawns as possible. I'm not even sure if white will afford it, but who knows? I mean, considerable drawing chances.
Why should bring her king to b4?
Queen f4 is played, by the way, and It will be.
Yeah.
It could be a slight torture in the
So
end game, but
we'll get. I don't know if Olga had an alternative, but
not really.
no. I mean, before playing knight e4, maybe she had something else.
Okay, queen f2.
I would consider seriously if there is any other alternative, not like g5 even, because queen is very strong. But then queen g3.
Queen
is also,
g3. I mean,
queen
like
g3 is also possible.
white's
Yeah.
material is quite sufficient.
Right. Maybe it's just impossible to avoid this position. But okay, it remains unclear. But this is clear that white is better, and Alexander Gerechkin is playing for win.
Pardon me. I just forgot about Gurina Kostyuk, which was quite unclear and tense. Queen g5 was the position. Queen d7 was a bit mysterious, but then we figure out what was the reason. Bishop b7. So once again, if queen takes d5, it may lead to very...
We were thinking about knight c3.
Knight c3, let's say if queen takes...
When queen takes, yes.
Then
it was not
check,
that clear for...
and rook d1 simply winning. Yeah, so bishop d5, bishop b7 was played instead. And if pawn takes, white has simple rook e1 check. Yeah, and at least it remains quite dangerous for black, even after king f7.
And king d8 maybe is just losing.
Probably losing.
Yeah, because of f7.
So bishop b7 was played instead, protecting the knight. Queen h5, queen f7, bishop f3, queen h5 was played. The point being that, let's say, if black plays knight d8, the black is still a little bit stalemated when white can simply develop their pieces, play knight c3. So that's why queen h5 was played, king d7, bishop e3, bishop d6, and black's position looks, well, not that worse, maybe even fine. Bishop takes, pawn takes, rook f8.
F7 could be met by knight d8, right?
Yeah, f7 simply knight d8.
But maybe it was playing f7 still. I mean, moving black knight to f7, which is maybe not that great.
Well, but you're also opening the
bishop. Yeah, okay.
Anyway, knight c3, rook f6, d5 was played instead. King f1, knight a5, knight e4. So the material is equal, but white's pawn structure is a little bit ruined. Knight c5, king f6. What's going on there? Rook d7, bishop g2. What was wrong with, let's say, rook g7, which seemed to be quite... rook g7, rook g7 just winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's just a blunder.
Not anyway, black is willing to save her bishop, which
and
is
now they're simply pawn up. And okay, white
just
gains the pawn back, but knight b3, and I do prefer black somehow.
It's hard to evaluate for me.
It's hard to evaluate, obviously. Let's say rook d1, maybe some cute tactics in the air.
What about
knight d4?
Knight c5? What's wrong with knight c5?
No, obviously not nothing.
No,
so knight has to take on b3.
Yeah, maybe just c takes, I think, or just a second, maybe some
check.
After knight b3, maybe rook e4 check. I don't know if
we are winning.
No. If it's useful, I don't know if it's useful, but maybe it's useful to deliver
d2.
check. Another check. Rook d8.
d8, king. I don't know.
Yeah, it depends.
Maybe it was better to put the king. Let's say knight b3, rook e4, king d1.
Well, then I take. Then rook is stuck.
Rook is stuck.
And this is
could be just winning for black.
No. King d2. King d2 should be played.
There?
I think. No. Instead of king d1.
Instead of king d1.
Yeah, king d2 still.
Yeah, knight b3, rook e4, king d2. But what I didn't like that rook d8 check may come.
Yeah, and now king c2, I think, is critical. Otherwise, rook d3.
Yeah.
So pawn takes, I guess, or pawn takes normally.
King takes.
And here, who knows? I mean, this
nobody knows for sure.
No, maybe then
we can try. Maybe we can try to play for the domination.
King c1, king c2. Sorry.
King c2, rook h3. Could it be?
Oh, it's okay, but then things are getting very complicated. Maybe even rook f7. I don't know. No, but then I'm not sure that black. Needs to give up this pawn.
Looks like black is in our line black is spoiling their advantage, because for no doubts after knight b3 we can simply take on b3, and
well, if rook c1, then black can go the same way, yeah.
Yeah, if rook c1, then yes.
If
but
not,
rook c1, maybe we have a better version. Maybe we're just winning the rook.
Maybe rook. Well,
yeah, we're winning the rook there.
Yeah, sorry. Rook c1 is not possible then.
And it means that after knight b3...
Valentina is still thinking, and Alexandra is short of time, as often happens to her in this tournament.
Could we play knight d7, by the way?
Knight d7 is an alternative. Then knight g5 probably, and
king g5, and rook is hanging, bishop is hanging.
G1.
Rook g1. Let's calculate. Still rook h2 is possible. Rook h2, by the way, may fail to a very beautiful tactical blow, as far as I can see. Or
bishop f3.
Bishop at knight d4.
Knight takes f3.
Yes, but that's not the end. That's not the end of the line.
Not on the end. No.
Knight e3, king e3. Bishop has to be taken, otherwise we
maybe
take.
rook e8.
Rook 8, king d4. That was the point. And well, I mean, like, just I want to show the beauty of the line. We take knight.
No, sorry. Now rook e8.
Now rook e8. Wow. But still, okay. So in the end, am I a rook? Is it a mate? Rook e8 all of a sudden became a mate. Yeah, my head is buzzing. Very peculiar position.
But also after knight d7, maybe king f5 is another option for black.
Yeah. Well, it's almost impossible to calculate in a very short period of time. Knight d7, king f5. Okay, so bishop g7, no, most likely, at least because of rook. Sorry, bishop g6, no, because of rook g6. Winning a piece because we're just giving it up. And then what? Still rook g1.
Bishop f3.
Rook g1.
Bishop f3. Bishop takes f3.
Bishop takes f3.
It is tricky.
Quite tricky.
No, okay, many options, and it's hard to. Maybe rook e8.
Check.
Okay, rook e4 maybe, followed by bishop f3.
This is the clear reason. Yeah, just mating. Or I mean, okay, if king c2, there might be some win at least. Rook g1, yeah, the simplest. No defense against rook c1. Yep. King rook f7 first. King e5. King e5, okay. Still quite hard to evaluate this particular move because Alexandra A is low on time, B we cannot properly calculate. King e5. So the bishop is hanging, and what else is hanging?
Rook is
hanging. Double attack.
But knight takes b3 is still possible.
Knight takes b3 is still
but now
possible.
Knight e4. Now rook takes h5 is possible. So
rook takes
now
h5.
black can take a bishop.
Knight retreats to d2.
Why not c5? Maybe c5.
Maybe c5.
No, but now with bishop I take.
Well, obviously black is out of risk.
This is not what Valentina was planning, of course.
F4.
So she did something different.
What was the idea? Let's say if rook takes.
Knight d7.
Knight d7. king e4.
Mm-hmm. Rook e7, I guess, but knight f5, and then mate. But not maybe not.
Wow.
No, but okay.
Yeah, king e5 there is a mate.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, but king d5 maybe.
But king d5 and then bishop f7, rook f7 winning. Rook d1 can be the move,
Yeah,
but then knight d4.
Then knight d4 check.
King e3. I mean, still.
That's still crazy. Still crazy position.
Rook h4. Knight
Bishop
f6.
f7, bishop f7.
Knight f6, bishop f7. Bishop f7, king d6. I couldn't really evaluate it.
Yeah, still hard to...
Yeah, just a crazy position. Knight d7 is played, though.
Rook f4 is already taken, yeah? For knight d7. Yeah, but another option is...
King e6?
King e6.
Then rook f4. The point being that we cannot take the rook.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, just a crazy... Just the pure mathematics.
But also...
Pure algebra.
No, but king d6 is possible.
King d6, then intermediate rook d1 may fail into knight d4.
No, or rook d4.
Or rook d4, which is more solid. And now white's pieces...
Yeah, it seems like black is solid now, yeah?
Yeah, black is better, yeah. Knight d7, well... Okay, once again, king d6 is probably the best, right? Could it be, let's say, we take on f4, knight takes a1, and we can simply play rook d4, and king c6, this is what I like.
King e.
I want to avoid you
well.
to retreat on
okay,
c5.
Yeah.
King c6, and this one seems to be better for black. With good winning chances.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Still, knight is still too far, so maybe.
Yeah, but these squares are quite tasty for them. Anyway, okay, waiting for Alexander to reply.
95, 97, maybe. Well, okay, yeah, it is still complicated.
Pagodin against Getman, we've got an extra pawn for white, and seemingly a winning position, because black's pieces are quite passive. Not that easy to
improve, yeah?
To improve for white, but even the queen's endgame has to be considered.
Yeah, but...
Okay, first of all, like we play king g2. What is the black's move? Okay. Queen b6, let's say. But queen b6, then b4. We're some kind of in Zugzwang. Let's say king somewhere, king g8. And then we improve the position of our
at least before is still possible. I mean, no, sorry.
Well, before is possible,
yes,
but
then
allows some drawing chances.
Yeah.
Maybe rook has to take even. I will take with the rook right there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, pawn out.
White is not forced to play b4. Let's say we can, after king g8, we can try.
May
g5
black somehow try to to play for initiative. I don't know how exactly, queen e7, queen e8, but then it can even be met by simple queen e3, right?
Yeah, at least, or queen d3, I don't know, whatever. So black is suffering, but not quite clear how to win immediately. Galyamova against Kashlinska, we've got the mess. Finally, white took the piece. Queen e1 was played, by the way. No, sorry, rook a2 first. This was the way how to protect the knight.
And here, knight d4 would not work, yeah?
Knight d4 probably would work. I don't know. I know, but still, the queen...
What about... queen
still the queen is...
There.
Yeah, it's still there.
Sorry.
Queen g5, rook b6, bishop f5. And now, yeah.
It's very transparent.
Black's intention is quite clear.
Very transparent threat. Knight takes d4.
Yeah, queen e1, that's why. Knight g4. Maybe still very transparent. Knight d1, finally. Queen h4, h3, knight g5. Wow, that's a desperate attack. And h takes g4, ace takes g4, white is simply piece up, clear piece up. Also, potentially, black is threatening king g7, rook h8, but, well, they only drop with the bishop on h6. So maybe they can try to get rid of it, play knight f3 or whatever. So king g6 could be a threat. Let's say g3 will be a mistake. Probably yes. Queen h5. And
okay, maybe bishop g2.
Bishop g2, knight f3.
Oh, sorry, no, then bishop g2 maybe.
So at least some contemplate, at least some considerable contemplate.
Bishop g2 maybe is not a good idea, but what to do?
My point was to put the knight on f4, but I don't know how to really do it. Let's say if knight c3, we place knight f3, and we are in time to protect this e2 square, because white is forced to take on f3. G takes probably,
but still knight
e2, but then like I would rather calculate g5 move. I would rather consider g5, but then g4 maybe. Crazy stuff. Maybe black, maybe black has something simpler. Let's say, we play queen h3, sorry, bishop h3. Or I don't know why I haven't started king g7 first.
Yeah, king g7.
Looks like a checkmate, by the way. This nailing f3 is quite strong. White couldn't connect. I mean, they couldn't transfer the rook to defend their king, and rook h8, bishop somewhere will be an idea.
Then transferring knight to f4 is just, bad idea. I mean, just useless. So what to do? King g7, rook h8 is black's idea.
At least Alina plays a very beautiful game.
f4 is played by Alisa.
Maybe that's a smart decision. That's a smart decision, but
the smart or desperate? What this is
smart and desperate decision.
So e takes, yeah.
I don't know. E takes seems a bit more logical, but I mean, in order that we're also improving the position of our rook. Okay, let's say e takes f3, which is more logical.
No, but then it seems like white is in real danger if she needs to play.
No, but she's still piece up. She's still piece up, and rook h2 is hanging, by the way. This is not what black really wants to allow. So let's say knight b3 as I put it on the screen. Not that easy.
Not easy, not easy. Definitely not.
Can we still be artificial and let's say...
But then maybe we need to take with g-pawn. Because in this position, maybe I would play f2 if I...
Let's say if I just do the same.
If f2.
And what is the difference?
Good question. You cannot take with the queen, but maybe anyway you don't want to play with the queen, right?
Yeah, anyway.
So you have to take with the rook. Okay, knight f3. Takes. Pawn takes. So it doesn't really matter.
But this one is potentially good for black. At least black's pieces are much more active than white's. So the only threat is a pawn, but it doesn't really go for
bishop c1 maybe. Otherwise f2 is...
Bishop c1, I like this configuration.
Yeah.
It reminds me Karpov Kasparov Linares 1993. Some King's Indian also.
Yeah, and if knight goes to f2, maybe white will manage to hold.
To hold or to win?
No, okay, I mean to hold black's attack. This is... Well, it's crazy position. So Alina took with something. With what?
something was what? Yeah, I'm still trying to understand what's going on there. I have no idea how to evaluate it because it doesn't suit any of chess patterns. Let's say bishop c2. Just
knight f2.
Knight f2. This is the move that came to my mind, and whatsoever.
No, but maybe Black should switch back to the plan with king g7.
Mm-hmm.
After rook has gone. I mean, okay.
I mean, we take the g pawn as wave.
Well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, the same. It's going to be the same. So knight b3, f2, rook takes, knight f3, takes, bishop c1, and now maybe just king g7. What's wrong with king g7?
Bishop pawn
takes. Yes, bishop c1 and king g7.
So you mean that I cannot really create a threat, right?
Oh.
And Black's intention is quite clear.
Yeah, more than clear after king g7.
Yeah, that could be the reason, by the way. Obviously, in this position, after f4, g takes f3, let's say knight b3, the last thing that I would consider is to give up this f3 nail.
So what's going on there? Some moves are already played.
King g7 immediately. But it's also not bad, by the way.
Knight f2, how did he...
G takes f3 and knight f2 instead of knight b3. That was a bit awkward because you would rather put the rook on h2 first, playing knight fb3, and at some point forcing Black to calculate.
Yeah, but then f2 is probably the reason why.
You know the funny thing that we can start with king g7 still, because after rook h2 we still have f2 and we are gaining a tempo. That's the point.
Right, good point.
I mean, like, well, you can take with the queen, but it seems that it shouldn't be good at least of knight f3 and knight h2. And the knight is hanging.
Right.
So even, I mean, f4 now it seems to be more desperate than smart. But then, I mean, the whole concept and g3, maybe g3, I would rather believe that the computer will find some defense in this position.
But maybe this position is indeed dangerous. Maybe.
Obviously, yeah, no doubts.
Maybe the whole strategy is not that clear.
Could we start with bishop e2 then, planning to put our knight to g3 or still knight f3?
Still the same, yeah.
Let's say king g7, right?
Right.
Knight f1, but then knight f3 looks even more tastier.
Yeah, but okay, maybe we can just take it. Knight g3, I don't know. But then
I mean, I'm sure it's winning. I like rook h8.
Yeah, okay, but yeah, it's still
quite hard to
still mate, yeah.
Protect from the mating attack. Bishop a6. Well, I think Alina will not even pay attention to this rook on c8. Okay, it could be an evergreen game for sure. Rook h8 could be played, by the way. Bishop takes c8. Even if it's not necessary to give up the rook.
Okay, let's play just knight h3.
Knight h3 or knight e6?
Knight h3 maybe.
Knight h3. Okay.
No, but king f1, yeah?
King f1, but still, I mean...
No, okay, knight takes.
Knight takes, probably queen takes, and now...
Check.
Check, and bishop e3 in the end.
Yes, bishop h3.
Or even this one.
Or even knight takes e3.
Even this one.
Whatever, yeah. A lot of...
This is a cute mate.
A lot of mating possibilities.
So bishop a6, rook h8, even rook h8.
Okay, after knight h3, I don't know, maybe white can take on h3, but it's hard to believe.
No, but the point being that we have queen h3. If bishop f5, we have... Yeah, queen g2 is mating, but let's just think that we have... Let's imagine we have a protection on g2, we can play queen h1.
Nice.
Which is kind of cute.
Nice.
Rook h8, and what to do? I mean...
Rook h8 is played?
No, rook c7 is played, bishop b7, but I mean, it shouldn't be the difference.
Yeah, and now rook h8, yeah, and that...
I mean, it could be the only difference that, let's say, if white will manage to sacrifice, I mean, or give up the half of the material they have and push the a pawn. That could be the only chance, but it's quite
King
difficult.
F1 is knight F1 is played.
Knight
right?
F1 is played, rook C7,
and
knight
then-
F1, rook
and
H8,
just-
and bishop B7. Well, of course, Alicia
Show me
Mikhailovs-
the mate.
Yeah, show me the mate. You know, I would rather start with bishop H3. This is somewhat I do like. Yeah, the point being that you cannot take with the knight because it's a forced
because
mate in 3.
Actually, you need to get rid of this knight, right?
Yeah, I'll just show
just
it.
to join the rook to. Yeah, but here.
Even this one.
Yeah.
This is a mate. And bishop H3, let's say you play in the most principled way. What is the most principled way? Play bishop takes C6.
Oh, A6, let's say.
Or
A6,
A6,
whatever,
of
yeah.
course. And do we have anything there? I think we do have.
Bishop G2, or maybe.
I believe we do.
Mm-hmm. Still, your idea is not that clear. I mean,
Show me, yeah. I mean, like A7.
Yeah,
show me your idea.
Yeah.
Okay, and now I found it hard to progress. Knight H3, but then you take King F2. It's not that obvious, at least.
No. A8.
A8.
Then bishop takes F1. Yeah, but the bishop takes F1. No, I mean.
You know, I thought even like check King F2, bishop F1 there.
Bishop F1 there. Yeah.
two queens, but probably white is hopeless. It looks like white is hopeless.
No, I don't know. Maybe.
Neither do I, but I mean...
just crazy position.
Once again, bishop B7. Maybe we can try to... Oh, sorry, bishop B7, yeah. Today we have a lot of extraordinary games, by the way. Gunin against Kostinu, Galyamov against Kashlinskaya, Nepomniachtchi against Karekin was quite unusual.
And we have almost all the game in progress.
Still in progress, despite the 3.5 hours. Players already been working on the boards. Bishop B7. Well, so bishop H3 was our idea, right? Yeah, the point being that I do not like
something else.
Yeah, I do not like knight H3 because of knight takes and rook H2.
And rook H2, right?
So we want to take with check, so that's why we put our bishop on H3. Bishop B7. What else? And we also need to get rid of this bishop on H6, and we need to do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, A6, A7, A8 would be winning.
No, that's. I mean, actually, maybe not that.
Bishop H3. This is somewhat I do like.
Okay, A6 once again. Maybe we should just take on F1.
Yeah, but what was wrong with bishop G2? Can we really... I think nothing was. Okay, maybe that's an even easier win. Bishop H3, A6, bishop takes F1. Okay. What white will do? Take with the king or either with the queen? It seems that...
Or maybe even with the queen. Bishop is stupid on H6. Not
okay,
bad,
knight E6, knight E6. Queen H3, then Queen H3 and...
H3.
Well, still not holding, probably, even there.
Why?
I don't know. I mean, I just like this position. Even you'll play A7, A8. Maybe, I mean, like knight E2 is a possible threat. And then like bishop B2 could be a cold shower for us.
Well, maybe you can also take... Yeah, okay, but it's different.
I mean, that's quite...
Oh, you can take with the bishop on D3 and E3.
Yes.
Coming, yeah.
Insanely complicated position. So that's why bishop H3, A6, bishop G2 still the main line in our point of view. So, but yeah, so this is a position. Bishop H3, A6 and bishop G2. Come on, Alina. Show us the mate, please. I do believe there is some mate.
But then maybe at some point bishop C1 is needed just to protect the E3 pawn.
Yeah, but I mean, like, the first thing that comes to our mind is to protect the king, not the E3 pawn.
The E3 pawn is important.
Pawns are the soul of the game. The souls, or is the soul of the game. It can be explained in many occasions. Bishop c1, okay. So what I was trying to do there?
Knight h3 you were trying. But here I'm not sure it will work.
Knight h3.
Maybe it's still
Knight
working,
has to
yeah.
take, queen takes, still
And
a7. So that's basically almost the same position. Almost the same, let's say. Then we have bishop takes f1, by the way.
Yeah, but then I'm late, with my counterplay. That
And then you have
a8 is not
rook
played.
h2 is losing because of queen h2, pardon me. Queen has to take on f1, queen g3, rook g2, but well, it has to be winning for black. It has to be winning somehow.
No, f takes probably.
F takes, let's say, bishop e3 next, killing. So bishop g2 has to be played. Bishop g2 is played a7, knight h3, come on. Yeah, it's gonna be, well, we need, if Alina wins, we need her, obviously. Yeah. It could be one of the most beautiful games in the tournament. What?
Oh.
Queen h1?
Oh.
What's going on there?
I don't know. So king.
Maybe it's just a mate.
Knight takes.
Knight h3. What was the idea? Is it a mate?
I don't know.
Well, it could be the mate, but I can't see the way. And the ace a8 is hanging, by the way. Knight h3.
No, okay, yeah, it is already
It was the
played.
80s. It was a 40s move. Could it be the drama? King h2. Well, there might be a lot of perpetual checks, but...
No, okay, yeah, maybe bishop e3.
Bishop e3, aiming to play bishop g1 mate.
Yeah, so bishop should be taken. And then...
No, let's say queen e3.
No, but...
This is a mate. This is a mate. This is the mate. Oh my god.
Oh, maybe queen takes e3 then. Maybe queen takes e3.
Once again, bishop
check.
takes e3, queen takes e3. But there is no difference.
Bishop takes.
There is no difference at all. This is another mate.
Oh, this is another mate.
Wow. Guys, this is chess. This is a pure beauty of chess, and this is the reason why do we watch and play this game. Please, I mean, obviously you wouldn't be satisfied with our commentary, but you should, I mean, well, just think.
Okay, let's just check it. If it works, it would be
the game of the tournament, and maybe the game of the year.
And maybe of the year, yeah.
Bishop e3. Oh my gosh. But pardon me. Yeah, so rook g2 is still mate, like knight retreats.
Yeah. So, and g4, bishop f4. G4 maybe should be checked
G4,
somehow.
well, it's still a mate. It's still a mate. Just rook
And,
h3,
yeah, rook
or
h3.
even rook knight h1, which is even more beautiful.
Right.
Fantastic. Fantastical. Just fantastical. Bishop e3. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can't believe my eyes.
Yeah,
so beautiful.
This is
so beautiful.
Very spectacular indeed.
Yeah, I mean, this game just simply made my day.
Okay, let's see some games.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say even a single word after.
We will not switch this position off.
Yeah, can we just
we'll stay.
Look up at Mona Lisa and just well. Yeah, just no. It should be in Euronews, no commentary.
Yeah, actually, this is very pity that we have this bishop g1 threat. Otherwise, after a8, for example, rook h7, would be even more beautiful, probably.
Just let's check. I mean, if it works? Maybe it still works, by the way.
Maybe.
Oh my gosh. Such an amazing game. Such an amazing game.
That's pity.
Yeah, we should admire.
Masterpiece is spoiled by the fact of Bishop G1 mate is possible.
Well, anyway, that's a masterpiece.
No, of course.
That's
I agree.
That's an unhuman and artificial work. Just unhuman because, well, Alina played in the most principal way, and also Galyamova did as well. But, well, so we should thank both players. And yeah, pity for Galyamova that she lost, not won this game. But yeah, that just was work of art. I mean, yeah, Bishop E3, and I think Alisa also couldn't believe her eyes.
Yeah, but many black pieces are in this attack, so actually
God.
It is rather expected that there should be some mating possibilities, but this is brilliant. Yep. And in time travel. It's played in time travel.
Yeah, sorry for the short break. I'm breathing out.
Okay, no.
Okay, let's
we'll come back. I promise you.
Yeah, we'll come back just to show. Just put it on, post it on the picture. And after this game, it's. I mean, it's so boring to analyze this game. So yeah, sorry for Daniil and Nikita. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out. And Daniil is pawn up. Daniil's pawn up and some winning chances, but well, different colored bishops give some tendencies for black to make
May
a draw.
this pawn on b3 be taken, or?
Well, it still looks a bit risky.
Yeah, just might well.
So let's say knight takes b3, bishop takes b3, king takes b3. But the point being that our knight is somehow restricted, and probably that could be the way how to make an easy draw. Let's say I do not believe in knight d8, knight f7 for many reasons.
King f3 should be
king
tried.
f3, king c4, let's say king g4, king d5, and yeah, we're intending to play. What do we are intending to do?
I don't know. Just
maybe like king d5 was a bit premature.
It also should be drawish. Maybe we're just intending to play king e6.
Okay, once again.
King e6.
King e6, knight d8. Still.
Knight d8. Yeah.
The point being that after king e6 there is knight d8. But we can include f5 first. If it makes sense, I don't know. Probably not.
King g5, but still should be draw somehow.
I know, that was just the bad idea. Well,
why?
I don't know.
Maybe even king e4.
Cannot really explain it.
Maybe king e4.
Something.
Maybe just king e4 and f4. I mean, that should be draw as well. No, it is draw, of course. King e4 is draw, yeah. So maybe this is the simplest way. King e4, h4, f4, and f3 maybe. Just
h5?
No, f3.
Yeah, it should be winning. It should be winning.
Should
F3.
be winning, you mean?
It should not be winning.
It should
yeah,
not
sorry.
be winning, yeah.
Take, h6, bishop d2. If knight goes to d8, there is even bishop e7. And if king g6, what do we do there?
Bishop d2 should be played.
Can we try to... no, but there is a simple plan of putting the king on g4 and just playing bishop c1, bishop d2. It should be a dead draw.
No, okay, still some tricks possible.
I think I defended almost the same position, but even with the pawn on the 7th rank against u and e, but it wasn't that hard. So bishop e3, yeah, I just want to come back and realize that there is nothing to do there. Oh my gosh. Okay, thanks. Yeah, sometimes I will be switching on this position just to
enjoy a little bit.
Just to enjoy the game of chess. So Marina Guseva won her game against Grigorieva Yulia, by the way. Bishop f5, bishop d3, bishop takes. Yeah, once again. So that was. I'm trying to recall what was the moment we stopped analyzing it. Knight d3 was played instead. Well, the more ambitious move. And also knight b2 is hanging, which is somewhat unpleasant for white. Queen b3, queen c4, forcing white to trade the queens finally.
And Alisa Glamov resigned meanwhile.
Yeah. Castle, rook h6, knight e5, knight d6, rook c2, d takes c5, bishop takes c3, but all of the pawns are falling like an apples. King f1 just taking the first pawn, taking the another pawn. How many pawns do black has? 1, 2, 3, 4 pawns right now. Rook h5, knight b7.
No, okay.
5 connected pawns.
Once e5 pawn falls, then
everything falls.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 connected pawns. You would also rarely see this. And what else? What do we have? Reshkin against Gira.
Fedoseev Goganov.
Just finished as well. And Gira.
Yeah.
We'll be back soon to Fedoseev game against Goganov. And take knight a4, c4, knight b2. Rook d8 first, which is even more intelligent.
It's not clear because
then king goes to f5. And then g5.
Not really, yeah.
Well, it goes, but I mean, like first g5. So maybe at least could potentially win some tempo. Knight f2.
Oh.
It was a little bit awkward. What was the reason not to play king d4, by the way? Could black be really in time to... Okay, maybe king e5 is even stronger. We don't know really. Knight d3, but then at least...
No, but then...
but then the king goes there. Yeah, rook d8, just cutting off the knight, and then rook d2, no protection against this.
No, but then...
Well, black has to run, but there is the remaining pawn on h3, so it should be easily winning for white. Just a very, very good technique by Gorechkina.
Yeah,
very good
but
technique.
then maybe Olga should not have tried to bring her knight
to...
and don't try to move her pawns as quick as possible. Maybe even here, rook g6 should be played instead.
King g6, king f3,
sorry, king f5.
King f5,
and
maybe rook c7 is...
f6.
Yeah, f6, and if rook takes, then knight c4 should be an easy draw.
So king e5, king e3 is the most principal move. No, I mean instead of rooks.
Yeah, king e3, but then even e5.
Yeah, then even e5. It's not... No, even e5 maybe takes
g5.
Rook e5.
I mean, at least in this position, black's king is more active than there.
Right.
Because f5 was the critical square.
It was an important square, yeah.
So and obviously that's a very common rule in endgames that the first piece that you have to improve is the king, and this is the main one. This is the most important thing in the endgames. And Fedoseev won his game against Goganov. So, pardon me. No.
Draw,
I'm mistaken.
yeah, it's draw.
It was draw. I remember he's being pawn up and had some winning chances, but as far as I can recall, it seemed to us not that obvious. H5 was played indeed. King G2, King H7, and then, yeah, of course, improving the position of our king, proving my previous words. Rook C2, finally trading a pair of rooks, but then still a very active rook.
Yeah.
And yeah, the king goes to F5, A6. Well, it shouldn't be winning for sure.
No.
Black is too active.
Yeah.
And especially there.
Both black pieces are active.
Yeah, just leaving with H and A pawns. If rook A6, then rook B2. So white has to play king F3 first. And, well, that's just a draw. Agreed. Well, just a very good defense by Alexei Gaganov.
Yeah.
Being very stubborn in a good sense of this word.
Mm-hmm. Holding quite convincingly this pawn down endgame. Okay, Nikita Vidikov didn't take B3. Maybe he's right. Maybe he's not obliged to go for these calculations. And
okay, so Knight King C3 was played instead.
Yeah,
could it be even the more accurate way to make a draw?
I
because we're protecting the F3 square, maybe King E3.
But then Knight F5, Knight D6, exchange knights immediately.
That is the reason.
Not.
But why not? I think it just works well.
I mean, Knight D8 is
the point is
possible.
Knight D8 and Bishop A5
and Knight C6.
Still not that clear, right?
No, but at least Bishop C7 and then H2
yes,
pawn.
Of course. So we just take the control. Targeting this H2
No,
pawn.
okay, if you manage to exchange.
Well, it's seemingly a draw. Well, Dubov is slightly pushing, but it won't last for long. And what's going on in Chigayev against Artemiev? White is simply pawn up, having two connected pawns, by the way. So it has to be winning. It has to be winning. And what was going on? So Queen H5 was played instead of Rook C5, because Rook C5 was also... I mean, but there is no good advice just in a bad position. Queen takes H5, Knight takes H5, Rook C5. Knight takes F6, Bishop takes F6. Knight E2, Rook H1, Rook A5. A desperate attempt to create a mating attack.
Yeah, but
King B2, Knight C3, but then A4, and black is simply stuck on the rook, the queen side. Rook E5, Bishop G4. Knight E4, Knight E4, Rook E4, Bishop F3. But does it seem so obvious? Well, basically white is better for sure, because they have more active pieces. But it doesn't look so obvious. Rook takes, Bishop, Rook E7, Rook C2, the point being that black cannot avoid losing the H pawn. So that was the reason. That was the reason.
E5,
no,
E5
E5 take on D6 first, and then... Well, just very good technique by Maxim. Rook F7, Rook takes, Rook F2, King C1, King C8, H4. It should be more or less easily winning for white. Then Rook goes to G7, and then it's just impossible to stop the H pawn. Okay, well, you can try...
But even this tournament, Vladislav Artemiev have proved his defending skills for several occasions.
Yeah, but it won't happen there, I'm sure.
No, E5 should be played, right?
E5 should be played, and Rook C2 is the threat, by the way. So white has to be accurate, starting with Rook G7, then let's say Rook H2, and how we will proceed.
Right, and then maybe Bishop C6 and E4, something like this, huh?
Yeah. Anyway, white is much better and seemingly winning. We can't tell you the certain truths, but it seems to me that white is quite near to
Meanwhile,
deserve
Olga
it.
Gira has just resigned.
Yeah, because the position was...
she lost her knight and position
desperate attempt to activate the... I mean, just push the pawns was met by the cold shower with just trapping the knight. And seemingly we're heading to a short break, and we promise you to. I mean, after the short break, we will have a special guest, and it would be easy.
Yes,
it would be easy to guess whom.
And we promise you exhausting analysis of one of the most spectacular game of the tournament and maybe of the year.
Yeah, maybe of the year.
Stay with us.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских. Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Девочки, заходите. Мы не можем. Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет? Ой, девчонки.
Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном. Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать.
Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
It's been one of the shortest, maybe the shortest break during the tournament, and of course we had a reason, because we've got the winner of potentially the game of the year. I mean, no doubts, the game of the tournament. I can't really believe any of upcoming games can be more picturesque than yours, Alina. Congratulations, and we've been quite delighted to see this masterpiece on the board. So yeah, and then that's the point. I'm stopping to speak, and now please, your
yes,
solo.
Thank you very much. Going back to the game, there was King's Indian defense. The line I was expecting, one of the many lines I expected. Yeah, actually this is all I had in my preparation. Bishop b2, knight f8. Basically, this is the idea of this line that white is pushing the pawns on the queen side, and I'm trying to have counterplay on the king side, and either I mate white, or white just wins on another side of the board. So a4, h5, and here I thought I had in my file the move a5, a6, but it transposed to what happened in the game, so I just played the same moves, a5, a6, b5, c6. That was the position I actually had in my preparation, but I didn't remember anything further.
By the way, is c6 is that useful, or white is aiming to take on a6 and play knight d5? Okay, if you tell me that just a computer analysis, I will not ask you any questions.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand all the nuances here. I just, remember that the c6 is the move to be played.
Like nowadays, it's even better to remember than to understand.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that the idea is quite simple. That sometimes first of all, of course, I stop some counterplay with the pawns, and also pawn on a5 might be hanging sometimes. So, yes, this position I'm usually quite happy when I have some ideas of attacking the opponent's king.
Setup.
Yeah, I mean, just like a dream. But somehow it often happens that I don't mate, and then I lose. But luckily, okay, here I managed. Yeah, knight g5, bishop f1. Here I didn't want to play h4 because then she plays h3, and I couldn't see how should I proceed.
Yeah, I may agree. Because, like, if, for example, you play queen c8, either queen d7, and even knight a4, and you're not really on time.
Yeah, basically, I'm not even threatening to take on h3, because then white takes everything and queen f1, and it seems that...
Yeah.
Yeah, so I decided that I should try to play with the pawn on h5 to have some ideas with bishop g4, knight f3.
Mm-hmm.
Queen e1, queen d7... bishop a3, rook a8, and after c5 I was quite happy, because I thought that white just has no counterplay. I don't know if anything was instead of c5, but after c5, d5, my pawn on e4 is very strong, because I was calculating some lines with knight f3, and then e4 pawn would be weak, but after c5, d5, everything is protected. Mm-hmm. But it's principle, because she goes for my a6 pawn, so I should do something quite fast, and rook b6.
Why she haven't taken on a6, by the way, immediately? Could rook c1
First of all, I have
be-
rook a8. If in the worst case scenario, yes, I just saw
Let's
that.
say rook a8. If queen f1, then probably you have something.
I don't believe white.
Yeah, wait.
White will survive here.
Yeah,
but
maybe
knight,
h4.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe you're in time even to play h4.
Although with h4, I'm not sure what I'm threatening, because after h3, you just play g3, and I'm not sure if I have any mate. Okay,
Well,
here
knight f3.
here maybe I would
bishop
have,
f3
because
even.
bishop on a6.
You can sacrifice
Yes.
at some point. Okay, so but yeah, that's the difference. Sorry. Yeah, rook cb1. Queen f5.
Queen f5 looked logical because I couldn't see immediate knight f3 or something. So rook b6, rook c8, rook a6, and here I think I made a mistake. I'm not sure, but I think that knight f3 should be played. Knight f3, g takes f3, and to take with the bishop, I guess. Yes. No, but if I take with the bishop, then you play bishop g2 and queen f1. So I should probably take with the pawn. Yeah, with the pawn.
Is it that clear? Okay, so bishop g2, and if you play h4, there is h3.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
That could be the reason.
So after gf3, yeah, ef, I take with the pawn. And I was criticizing myself for not playing this during the game.
Is it winning, by the way?
For whom?
For you. I
I'm
mean,
not
so
sure.
for example, if you made a mistake and you were...
No, I just saw that after bishop h6, queen b1, I couldn't see any idea. So I was annoyed that okay, all my pieces look at her king, but I couldn't see anything. I mean, any concrete. And here, I actually, why I didn't play this, I don't remember. Because I don't know, after ef3, it's, yeah, after knight f3, pawn takes, ef3. I don't know how you should.
Yeah, it's not that obvious.
Because I want to play queen g5, queen h4 probably.
So let's say if something like h4, which looks a bit awkward and
then bishop
desperate,
h3, I think.
Bishop h3. Yeah, and probably white has to give up the knight back, otherwise they will be just mated. I mean, it looks like, because like queen f1 is probably losing because of check and knight g4. I'll just show it to spectators. Or either, okay, well, king g1 is the move, but I don't really believe in it. At least you have a check, and then you can proceed with other attacking ideas. So it means that after bishop h3, queen takes, knight f3 is the move, but well, still your attack is on. And
yeah, I mean here
like,
it's even
at least you're better.
Yeah,
at least you're better. Maybe not winning, but better for sure.
No, of course, I think that she should create something else after knight f3, gf3, ef3.
So, but then the question is, where was the white's mistake?
I didn't like the c5, d5 ideas.
Neither me.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't believe, my husband is always telling me that I'm taking these pawns while getting mated, and here that was my opponent who took that pawn, and I couldn't mate her in appropriate way. But
but she took and forced you to show the mate, right?
Yeah.
Just to prove that the pawn, the apple been rotten.
I just thought that bishop h6 is a useful move, and maybe I will play next move, because also there is an idea of bishop f3. I don't know. I mean, there are too many lines to calculate on
too many sacrifices.
Yes, too many sacrifices, and when you don't see any which wins, it's getting confusing, right? That you feel that you should be winning, or at least some very good attacking chances, but I couldn't see anything.
Yeah, it's better to prove on the board than analysis.
Yeah, and after queen b1, I understood that I misplayed something, because now any ideas with knight f3, for example, gf3, I cannot take with the pawn, so I have to play bishop f3, bishop g2, and...
But then you find a very good idea, I think.
I played knight e6, of course, with an obvious threat of knight d4, rook a2, and to be honest, I was not very happy with this maneuvering of mine, but time was getting short, and I just had to play something.
Yeah, so you just created some threats on every single move. So queen g5 again. So it seems that still knight d4 is a threat, right? Like potentially, or at least in terms of human beings, it's not that easy if you're threatening or not. So that's why it's better to protect.
So you're saying that maybe after rook b6 I could take on d4?
I don't know, basically, but bishop f5 was a good inclusion in my point of view. I think bishop g5 is also quite logical.
Bishop f5, but queen e1?
Sorry.
Queen e1, what she played?
Yeah, but then... Yeah, well, of course, I'm still delighted of your game, and I can't really analyze objectively, but it seems that you've been doing quite well.
Okay, here I'm threatening queen h4, and after h3, knight e3, so she played knight d1, which looks logical.
Yeah, I'll just show it, like queen h4 attacking h2 with mate,
and
h3, and then bishop or knight? Or
probably a bishop. Yeah, bishop.
No, a bishop
just
they take on g4.
But then you take, then you
so,
take,
okay, knight
e3.
e3. Well, at least it looks very crushing. The funny thing that even, let's say, if white plays g3, could you really play queen g5? I mean, it still remains.
Yeah, maybe this I'm just losing, no? Queen g5?
Well, I'm not sure you're still losing. I mean, no, I'm not sure you're losing, by the way.
Yeah, but you just take on h3 and then in the
you have to include h4, which is more important. Because if you take, I think I take, and like all of these pawns are falling. And
yeah, sure.
At least a very complicated position.
Yes.
Okay, but knight g4, knight d1 was played instead, queen h4, and then you finally found your setup. So with this, like...
Yeah, but I was very surprised when she took on g4, because I thought that she just should play a6.
By the way, is there anything threatening?
Yeah, that was the idea, that she would... I was sure that she was going to play a6. I wanted to play knight f6. And let's say a7 and to sacrifice on h3.
No, yeah, but because now it's time, otherwise...
But I guess it's just a draw in the best scenario for me, probably.
So let's say you take with knight or with the bishop. With bishop, probably?
Probably with the bishop.
Yeah, because you have knight f3 all the time. Let's say if pawn takes, which is most
h3.
principal. Knight h3.
Knight f3.
I don't know.
No, I wanted to take a knight h3.
Knight h3.
Bishop h3, queen h3, queen f1. Queen g4 and king h1. And yes, king h1, because after queen g2, knight on d1 is hanging. So queen h4, king g1, and queen g4. That was the draw I saw, because after knight g4 there is queen g2, so I couldn't see how.
But probably your opponent still didn't feel the danger of the position and took on g4.
Yeah, I was quite happy when she took, but a few moves later I understood that maybe I'm too optimistic. But maybe it was good that I was so optimistic, because thanks to that I managed to find some ideas.
Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, all the game you were forcing your opponent to take some piece, and finally
yeah, but that's the clue of this line, right? That
yes,
you just have to push and hope that it will succeed.
Yep.
g3, queen h5, f4.
Yeah, a desperate attempt, but we couldn't see the good defense against knight f3 and just king g7, rook h8.
After f4, if I take with the e pawn, then she would play queen f2, I guess.
Queen f2.
Yes. And I'm not sure how should I proceed here.
Yeah, it's not that obvious, and this knight on d2 protects the very important square. And so you took with g pawn, which seems to be more logical. You're also releasing a g4 square for your queen, and your pawn chain is still unbroken.
I haven't checked this game with the computer, but I have the feeling that white should be winning here somehow.
I think we've got an idea what was probably the most solid for white, as it could be solid in this position. And I think instead of knight f2, knight b3 could be the move.
But first of all, it's hard to imagine someone to play knight b3. I mean, when I'm threatening some mates on the h file, and you would...
Yeah, the point being that we are going to...
But that's a nice idea.
To put the rook on h2 and then play f2. But the point being that even after rook h2, let's say we make some move, let's say king g7, rook h2, we still play f2, forcing you to take with the rook, I think, because if queen takes knight f3, and you take on h2 and take on d1, that was an idea. And if rook f2, you still can play knight f3, and the position remains quite complicated, you see. Take with e-pawn. Well, white has some counterplay, but it seems that their piece is placed quite awkwardly, and at
Yeah,
least
rook
you might
h8,
have a good attacking chances.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not worse for sure, maybe much better. So, but g takes f3, and then after knight f2, we have finally started realizing that something very peculiar is gonna be on the board. The king g7.
Yeah, but I have to confess that my bishop... Okay, let's go further. That was kind of desperation. I didn't see the idea from that side. Yeah, rook c7, knight f1, and here I thought that basically I'm losing because I couldn't see how I can make any progress on the h file. Bishop b7. And here I thought that, okay, time was running, and I just have to put my bishop somewhere there, and maybe something will happen. And so it happened. Bishop h3, maybe, I don't know if she takes on c6. I guess it doesn't change anything here.
I think so as well. Yeah, I mean, just...
Yeah, basically, it's interesting if there is any defense here from that idea, let's say.
I haven't seen, really. I haven't seen. And... So bishop h3, what else white can do? So of course knight h3 loses by force. It's a mate knight h3. So what's been in the game? a6.
Yeah, a6, which is quite logical, right? I mean.
Yeah, I mean at least to make this game being evergreen. So bishop h3, a6, bishop g2. Yeah, I mean like rook h8, bishop h3, bishop g2 are just the best moves. Maybe the previous game was also almost perfect. a7 and, well...
Yeah, and here I have to confess that queen h1, I thought that there will be some perpetual, because I had like 10 minutes when I made this move. And then I realized that I'm just mating, because first I thought that I cannot play because of a8 in the end, but then there is bishop g1 mate, which is quite picturesque.
Yeah, just to show that bishop e3 trading bishop g1 mate. Because you know what, I didn't really believe in queen h1, and I saw that it was... Sorry, initially I thought it was a blunder, but the other way to win the game was... As it seemed to us, that after a7, you can still try knight h3 check.
Knight takes h3.
Knight takes h3, queen takes h3.
Can I make a queen?
Yeah, you can make a queen, let's say. I don't know if I'm even forced to take this. Maybe I can make a check, king f2, bishop f1, but it's even... Well, at least it's not... Well, of course I have to include rook a8, bishop a8, still check. King f2, bishop f1, but obviously it's not that obvious. It's not that clean. It's not that evident.
It's not that beautiful.
It's not that because yes. So that's the point. I mean, like, and when you played queen h1, we were very, very surprised because we just couldn't believe that could be a mate. And of course, we saw the idea was perpetual, but we haven't seen that your move is just mating. So, I mean, we were absolutely shocked, and I'm quite curious what you felt like when you found that you're just mating. Like, what was your instant feeling when you saw that bishop e3 is just mating?
No, I just had to play bishop e3 because, of course, there is nothing else. And then I decided that I will stand up from the board. And if she finds any defense, then kudos to her. But I couldn't see any because, I mean, I'm threatening bishop g1, knight... If she actually said that she blundered the queen e3, knight f4, that I'm mating on, or maybe even knight f2 if
and even knight f2 and even knight g5.
Yeah, I mean anything that it's a mate, just rook f1. I mean it's incredible how her pieces. I mean it just whatever.
No, sorry. Of course, rook f1. No, yeah. I just show once again. Yeah. Well, basically, we had nothing to say when we realized that we were talking trash, and you just made maybe one of the most beautiful moves of your career in H1.
Definitely.
And maybe the most beautiful.
Definitely, I've never won a game in a position where I was queen and the piece down. And as you said, that I could be also rook c7 down. Yeah.
So, for example, if we take rook c7 off the board, it will be still the mate. I mean, rook c7 won't affect black's attack. So, quite a remarkable win quite a remarkable victory. And I mean, talking about the chess as not a sport, but about the artistry, it was just a brilliant game. And I don't know to which painting we should compare it, but the game is evergreen, and I think it will inspire a lot of players all over the world just to play more chess, work on chess, and to live chess. That's what you actually, I think, do.
Yeah.
And well, once again, Alina, many thanks for coming to the studio. I'm really happy to sit next to you in the studio, because after the games like this, usually, I mean, rows of the fans should be standing for you and waiting for an autograph. So congratulations, Alina. Just an amazing game. I have no words still, and well, of course, good luck in the next
yes.
games. And now we really hope that
for next
for the next works of art. So good luck, all the best, and once
Thank
again,
you.
many thanks.
Thank you very much.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских. Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника. и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровья.
Девочки, заходите. Мы не можем. Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет?
Ой, девчонки.
Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном. Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать.
Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
We're back to the commentary booth after a short break. Thanks to Alina Kashlinska for her amazing game, firstly, and secondly for her interview. And there are still a couple of games in progress.
While we enjoyed the Alina's masterpiece, some more games finished. Dubov Nitigov ended in draw as predicted.
Yeah, the draw being concluded because the knights are trading and no winning chances for both sides, just the draw. I mean, each of 2 pawns do not matter at all. Besides, Kostyanyuk won against Gunina, and let's see how the game is ended.
That was the last position we saw in
Yeah, so another puzzle. Rook e7 check. Well, I will slowly scroll the game till the very end because I'm sure we will make a lot of mistakes in our handmade analysis. Rook e7, rook king d5. I mean, obviously I'll try to explain the most obvious and evident things, but something could really just get out from our eyes. King c6, king e3, attacking the rook, as I can see. Rook f5. Meanwhile, black is pawn up.
Yeah, and white's king also in...
Yeah, is exposed a bit.
Yeah, in danger.
Knight e5, king b6, bishop f7, rook h8. Going for another pawn, bishop g6, rook h3, and is it just a clear mate, by the way? Yeah, just a mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks to the quite passive pieces.
Well, the most of all because of white's king, which is.
It's quite tough to make a proper commentary on this very position with kings, especially on e2, e4. It only belongs to the concrete analysis.
Yeah, maybe white should have tried to prevent black king evading from the center.
Optically, it seems that black is absolutely out of risk, and only black is the side who is playing for the victory.
Speaking, it should be like this, and black is also pawn up. So maybe only tactical possibilities can be found and can help white to survive here.
Even not possibilities, but exclusions, because it's quite hard to create any sufficient idea for white, because if black simply doesn't allow, so I don't know if rook e7 was the good move, but then the moves that Alexandra
avoid exchanging rooks.
The moves that Alexandra made seem to us quite convincing. Yeah, once again, just king goes to a5. We take another pawn.
But this position is
this position is already lost.
With black's king on a5, it's completely
being very safe, and no checks at all.
It's good pawn structure, pawn up, and that should be
clearly nothing to add. The last 2 games in progress: Chigayev against Artemiev.
Yeah.
Wasn't that obvious for us, but once again, according to the classical game patterns, white being pawn up and having 2 connected pawns should be winning. h4, e5, bishop d1, e4, the only chance to create any active counterplay. Rook e7, bishop c6, h5. rook attacks from behind. A5. Well, was A5 that needed? Could white be in tempo just to push the g pawn? Let's say G4.
King D8.
Still King D8. It won't affect my whole strategy.
And E3, yeah. But actually, the white's idea is to
put the bishop on G4.
Yeah,
at some
to
point.
leave the G4 square for the bishop.
King D8, Rook E6, but now it seems that something has went wrong for.
Yeah, I'm not that sure that position is winning because, well, white's king is now cut in the first rank, and I mean, with such a king, I mean, you never know if you can be winning. Well, maybe it's still
Once
winning,
again, just to remind you, if black attacks the rook on E6, white's idea was to play bishop G4, forcing black king to retreat. Although there might be some other possibilities for black.
No, maybe D5 should be even considered, right?
Even D5, you think?
Not maybe that was actually Maxim's idea. It was quite profound idea, just to put the pawn on A6 and just take on D5.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe take on Rook A6.
And we have to calculate it properly. E3, H7, but H7
yeah.
could be met with King B7 meanwhile.
Mm-hmm.
And what's going on, by the way? D5 is played.
Yeah.
Rook, King B7, and still the game goes on. Rook D6, let's say. Rook D6, and for all of a sudden, black's bishop is somewhat out of good moves.
Mm-hmm. C takes D5. Bishop takes D5 will be played, I think.
Most likely, yes. Rook takes A6 is my prediction.
Yes. E3 is probably the right way to proceed.
H7, and maybe something else could be played by black instead of King B7, because King B7 allows Rook D6 and, well, followed by... Okay, it obviously will depend on black's reaction, but H7... Like, for instance, do we have a thread there? Do we threading anything? It's still not obvious, but it's black's to move, and let's say Rook H1.
Oh, probably also.
With a very clear intention to play E2.
Mm-hmm.
But then, like, check, king goes D6, and seems that white is losing.
Oh, king B2.
Well, king H8 can be... King B2,
king
oh my
B2,
god.
But
then there could be a perpetual. There could be a perpetual, because after bishop C2 there is E2 and the pawn is unstoppable, seemingly. I'm still not sure, by the way.
But Rook E5 is played instead.
Rook E5 instead of taking on A6.
And still, what's wrong about
taking the control on E pawn?
Rook H5 is the idea, right?
Bishop G6, Rook H5 winning?
Oh, Rook H5 seems to be.
Could be the blunder. It seemed that if Vladislav Artemiev hadn't, if he's seen Rook E5, he wouldn't opt for this position. He wouldn't go for it. Because now black's position is simply lost.
It just can be a blunder.
Rook takes, bishop H7 is the only move, and almost every move wins.
No,
just winning.
D2,
okay.
King D2,
Pawn goes there.
Yeah,
King D2, bishop E2. It's up to you guys. Rook H5 is played, and
Rook H5.
Maybe black has to resign.
What am I missing?
Nothing. Black has to resign.
Bishop H7.
Even without the G3 pawn, white's position would be winning. Yeah, Bishop H7 and probably Bishop E2 will be played.
Oh, wow! Just a blunder, but it's interesting if
let's analyze the position before G5.
No, just G3 is played by Maxim, and maybe he's right.
G4 is also good,
Yeah.
and Maxim is winning his game against Vladislav Artemiev, climbing up to +1 score, having 4 out of 7.
Not
and
+2?
No, +1 because he lost against Matlakov.
Yeah,
and won against Dubov, and the other games
that's it. Yeah,
it was
so yeah.
draw, and just a brilliant game. I remember Maxim being, well, I can't say quite. He's been quite jealous to guys who won against 2700 players, because before this tournament he haven't won even a single game in classical chess against 2700s, but in this tournament he won against Artemiev and Dubov. And it means that he improved a lot. 2 victories against 27 plus 100 guys. That's impressive. That's impressive boost during the lockdown, winning the Russian Higher League. And obviously he will try to fight for the prizes. I mean for the medals.
Medals. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this position seems to be critical. Maybe Black has a better option, but maybe just not. Maybe the position is lost. What about
no good move? The problem that there is no good move.
No, not good move. Yeah.
Can we try Rook H3? Rook H3, intending to do what?
King out, yeah. But maybe there is nothing to do else. What to do?
The idea was that if G4, then we play King D7. There is no.
Yeah.
So we are.
No, I think Vlad just blundered Rook H5. I don't know.
Most likely.
But on the other hand, maybe position is bad. So
yeah, probably
Bishop G4 maybe played here, right?
Still.
Yeah.
Bishop G4, and if Rook takes an H7 check.
No, yeah, H7 check is not that clear. Yeah, sorry.
Probably still winning. You know why?
Still,
King
yeah,
D2
A5
and then
was
Bishop.
Very smart move. Yeah, because no, Rook E7, Rook G7 now.
Or also Bishop F5 for Rook E7. Rook E7, and Black is forced to play King D8.
A5 maybe was very strong, very smart move, yeah.
So at this point of the game, probably it was a turning point of the game, and then there Maxim realized that Black is simply out of good moves. That we shouldn't hurry up with G3, G4. We should leave this square for our bishop to protect the rook and create additional threats. In my point of view, it somehow crushes the classical chess patterns, because the pawns have to go holding each other hands, as I've been taught in the childhood. But we're not hurrying to play G3, G4. We play A5, which is a very strong move. King D8, Rook E6, and Black's king can't approach the rook. If King D7 and Bishop G4. And also, yeah, the A5 pawn is also strong, and that's a very good investment in some bishop's endgames, while fixing the A6 pawn could be the decisive factor. But white has a huge margin, white has a huge gap, and besides the bishop endgame, simply with a pair of rooks, white is winning easier, even much easier.
And the last game of the 7th round has just finished. Natalia Pagonina scored the win against Tatiana Getman, and
so that just quickly talking about the game, that was the last moment where we stopped our analysis, found it quite hard for Black to defend against. King H7 was played. Black has to stay the same place. They're somewhat stalemated because they don't have an active plan. If queen goes away, then b3, b4 is threatening. Queen b6, queen c3, queen d8. Well, obviously white doesn't have to hurry up. They can slowly improve their position. And it feels like even Natalia didn't see a clear plan. Queen c5, king h7, and a3 slowly. So it's like a snake choking their prey. Rook b8, rook a5, rook b3, rook a7, king g7, and then the a-pawn goes forward. Maybe instead of rook d3, something else should have been played.
Yeah.
Because rook on d3 plays a bit awkwardly.
But on the other hand, a-pawn is just advancing
just
and
running.
What to do.
Emerging on the a-file. Rook e7, rook d2, queen a7, queen f8, queen c7, and a5, a6 is hanging, rook d4, queen e5, king h7, rook takes f7, check, queen takes queen d4,
and
queen d7, a5 in this position should be easily winning.
Maybe black could be more resistant, but well, anyway, this position is very hard to defend.
No, but the queen is on b6, we play a6, a7.
Right.
Simply winning.
Yeah, protecting everything, protecting f2 pawn.
Yeah, just took the important e4 square on the control. Queen b7, queen e6, a7, and no defense against a8 queen. Well, a bit slowly, but still convincingly converting her huge advantage. Natalia Pagonina wins her game and
and is back to +2, I think.
So, and of course now it's time to look upon the cross table of the both sections and just quickly observe the results. In the men's section, we've got Yanni Pomshi winning the decisive game. Well, probably the decisive game of the tournament.
Probably, yeah. Not clear yet, but Jan seems to be in a very good shape and very good mood. And he takes a solid lead, and now he's 1 point behind. Ahead of his followers, which are Sergei Karyakin. And that's it, or?
Yeah, only Sergei Karyakin is sole second place, but they're a group of 2, and the place has been changed for Maxim Chigaev winning his game against Artemiev, who was actually +1, and then falling into the 50% swamp. And in substitution in +1, Fedoseev is still in the +1 group, and Chigaev joins him, sharing the 3rd place. Which is a very good start for the debutants of the Russian Superfinal.
And I guess Vladimir Fedoseev versus Jan Nepomniachtchi is going to be the central game of the next round.
And in the women's section, I would say the first loss of the points of Polina Shuvalova, but not of the single point, half of a point. She was much better, but she hasn't been that convincing today, and her young but already very promising and strong opponent Leah Garifuna managed to hold considerably worse position.
And Alexandra Goryachkin, after winning her game against Olga Gira, is just 1 point behind.
And they will have the direct encounter quite soon.
In round 10, I think.
Okay, in round 10. And also Alexandra Kostyrenko winning her game against Valentina Gunina. It was a quite sharp game and full of hidden lines, hidden passes. And of course we have to admit that Alina Kashinska probably played the game of the tournament. Once again, we hope that you will enjoy it once again, or maybe not once.
And Alina is
more
back
times.
50% after winning her game.
Yeah, talking about the current standings is not that interesting.
And actually, it's funny enough. I just realized that Marina Guseva has no draw.
She has no draws.
Oh, exceptional.
Yeah, but still, I'm very impressed on Kashinska's game, and that was the main artistry of today. And Nepomniachtchi winning his game against Karakin in less than 2.5 hours couldn't be not convincing, and remains a sole leader. I mean, he became the sole leader, being a point up of the other groups. And well, it's sad to say goodbye, but then I'll say see you tomorrow, 3 p.m. Moscow time, Superfinals round 8. Stay tuned.
Bye-bye.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских.
Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Девочки, заходите. Мы не можем. Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет?
Ой, девчонки. Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном. Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать.
Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.